inside these empty, broken walls, and I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall, and now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. Somebody help me, 'cause I'm feeling trapped and I don't know what to do. There's no one to save me from this hurt I feel deep within my bones. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dome yet every single time. You got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you. But you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls, and I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall, and now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. So how can I fix this? 'Cause I need to stop the aching in my head. My heart is breaking. Yeah, I'm tired of being stuck in the past. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dome yet every single time. You got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you. But you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls, and I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall, and now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. The reason why my soul is tainted. You're the reason why my soul is tainted. You're the reason why my soul is tainted. You're the reason why my soul is tainted.
And hello. Apparently I don't have something set up correctly. I'll have to monkey around with that later and figure out what I did wrong. New computer, new troubles. We'll figure it out soon enough. Welcome, Alex. Hello, Akira. Hope you're both doing well. Welcome to our 15th episode of GMs Chat. I'll be joined by Chill and Eve, and Morden will hopefully be joining us later. So, let me go ahead and conjure them both here. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hey.
How are you both today?
Good.
And I just noticed something that I have to unfortunately torment you both with.
What?
Oh, how are you, Joe?
Oh, great.
Doing good.
I would do that. Thanks, Akira.
Akira has elected that you must suffer. Ooh.
No. Also, hi, Akira. Hi, Alex.
Okay, Alex. Awa.
Oh, every time.
I don't even do the regular awas anymore just because of this silly voice. They always want to pair with another voice. Ooh.
Apparently. Oh my gosh. That's no, I'm still tired, but definitely way better than I was yesterday.
Oh, we're having a shot now. Ooh. What shall we have a little dwinky poo of? Ooh.
Cod liver oil.
No. Veto.
Eh.
Get rid of that voice, Master.
That didn't sound like that was in the voice.
Do it in the voice.
Whatever we get rid of that voice faster. Ooh. Dicks.
Here you go.
Oh, a little shot of orange bourbon. Ooh. And Akira, you better be laughing your ass off somewhere, I swear to God. Alright, that's enough of that. So, what else has everyone got going on? I know Eve is relaxing and recovering from her trip.
Where'd you end up going? If I may ask.
Beach.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep, and so went to a haunted hotel apparently.
Yep. Goes for fucking dicks. Turn the TV on at 2 a.m.
Which is amazing.
I'm still mad.
At least they weren't nibbling your toes.
I mean, that's fair.
That would have been awkward.
I would have been fucking gone.
Right? Turns out how ticklish you were, I guess.
I would have been gone.
That would definitely ruffle the feathers. Noted. Minions take note.
Oh, no.
But my minions can do anything at the moment because for some reason I seem to have done something wrong with setting up the TSRPG stuff, and I don't know what.
Did you update as well?
Yeah, I got the latest one that he had up.
Okay. I wonder if the commands might have changed.
Let me double check. Yeah, the version 0.3. I probably just, when I was setting everything back up again, I probably just didn't put the server up correctly. That's probably all that is.
Okay, yeah, it's the whole thing. I was just checking if it was just the stock command. I will.
Well, it's weird because the ones you gave me worked just fine, but with the TSRPG, none of it's working. So I probably set that up incorrectly, and I will fiddle that later.
Yeah, his stuff's a little more complex, because you have to set up the file path correctly.
Which I thought I did, but maybe I did not.
You can always double check with him and or the document.
But that requires reading.
It's not that bad.
Sure.
Most of it's pictures, actually.
I haven't even set up the health bars and stuff yet because it's like, I don't want to.
No, that's fair. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter right now.
True. True. Alright, so the only thought I had for discussions was one-shots that can tie into a overarching campaign. Now, when I say that, I don't mean how one-shots are normally done, where you start with one shot and then it expands into a campaign. I'm talking about just a simple one-off that has nothing to do with the main overarching story, but can still be connected to it, and make some of the players that are in the know go, oh, I know about this. An example, yeah. One example I have is for like Call of Cthulhu. That would be interesting because Call of Cthulhu, I would say, is like one of those games that really handles one shots well because a lot of people just don't expect their characters to last very long. So it's always you're like jumping all over the world with different characters half the time. But you can do a campaign with it, of course, if players are careful and don't go insane too quickly or die horribly. But basically a one-shot of the classical haunted mansion. You're all in there having like a little dinner party. Basically think Clue with a ghost of a witch possessing one of the players and making them try to kill everyone. Which, of course, that plays out how it normally does, where people are probably going to either kill whoever is possessed by the witch or just all die, and that person just get put in an insane asylum because, oh my god, you killed everyone with this fucking butcher's knife, cackling like a fucking madman, or everyone just runs away and somehow manages to survive, and that person still gets locked up in an asylum. And then in the overarching campaign, whatever they're doing, and they just happen to be passing through the area, they stay at a mansion because of rumors about things going on in the neighborhood. And as their host is getting ready to carve the turkey, he just kind of stops and looks at the butcher knife and gets a curious look in his eye, and everyone goes, wait a minute, this map looks very familiar. Oh, fuck, this map looks very familiar. Things that would make the players go, oh, fuck, and the characters, of course, not having a fucking clue what the hell's happening. So, have you guys ever done or experienced something like that yourselves?
Kinda.
Or would you have an ideas of how to do such a thing?
Would you like to go first, Steve?
Sure. So, my friends and I like to, whenever we do one-shots, we use something called Tavern Tales.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I guess I could find the book again and paste the link in the chat. But,
Much privilege.
let's see here. Basically, the system, I don't know if it was actually based off of it, but we felt like it was very similar to, oh god, what's the name of the podcast? I can't remember if it's the same. Fantasy Fiction. That was it. Podcast called Fantasy Fiction. So we kind of did it similar to that. There's the version we use. But we would do it. No, this is a tabletop. We would do 3 topics, and then we would round robin who was the DM.
Ooh. Interesting.
I think we mostly kept it to if it was the same DM, then it was the same world. I don't remember if we had any crossover at all between different DMs. But, like, say for instance, there was one time whenever we all were playing as a rock band. Well, in a later session, as completely different characters, by that same GM, we actually ran across, I don't remember if it was an advertisement, like flyers, or if we heard like in a news thing about the band. But yeah, we heard about that band. We were like, hey! It was our old characters. So yeah, stuff like that.
That's cool.
So not exactly the same per se, but you know, kind of similar.
A cool little nod to another thing, yeah.
Oh god, that's right. Also the there was this math, dance, or death like competition thing we had to do one time, and that yes, math, dance, or death. That was one of Adam's.
Okay, I thought I heard meth in there. Someone was like, huh?
No, math, dance, or death. Yeah, it was like a game show.
Okay, good. I heard like
then,
math,
yeah.
dance, or meth. I was like, huh?
Or death. Death.
Like, that'll be an interesting game show, goddamn.
Try to say it 5 times fast.
No. I just got this tongue. I don't want to bite through it already.
Yeah, so we heard a mention of that later on. Actually, I think he might have actually pulled my character from that session as an NPC too for a different session where we're all different characters.
Move Chet to the other corner there. There we go. That way it's not going under Eve. Because she does not like her toes being nibbled or tickled by Chets.
Yeah, no.
Most don't.
How about you don't?
Do we wish I could put Chat box back where it was until everyone just spam tickle?
They want to lose fingers?
They probably weren't using them anyway.
Oh, Lord.
Besides, how am I supposed to get ladies' fingers? No.
Wow, okay. Well, I'm never going to see tiramisu the same way again.
You have a morbid sense of humor like I do. How have you never come to that thought process?
Look, they don't look like that. Calm down.
No, but they're called that. And that's enough.
Yes. Look, because tiramisu has lady fingers in it, doesn't it? I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Generally. Maybe not always, but... We were talking about lady fingers. Don't ask how we got to that.
I once went to not a wedding, but like a pre-wedding, like stag and dough. That's what they're called. And they had a bunch of different snacks and stuff, and one were lady fingers that were actually shaped like lady fingers.
I have seen that before. For like a Halloween party ideas.
I approve.
Yeah, it was May at the time.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Fair enough, Alex.
It's always a spooky month. I don't care.
It's you three. I don't question your topics anymore. You know what? That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not sure if it is.
You're with us,
And don't
dude.
forget-
Sorry.
And don't forget, Canada hates me.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Blame Canada. Blame Canada. Before somebody else
could-
thinks of blaming us.
I forgot about that song.
Yeah, it's such a weird movie.
Oh.
I am never playing KSP on stream again.
Oh.
Just lean
That's
it.
a me time game now.
Just lean into it. Like, God, Dave.
Oh. Oh, goodness. Nah, I smartly don't take it too far. I don't say that Chill hates me. I say Canada hates me. That's all.
I'm Canadian.
Yes, and?
Then by extension, you're saying I hate you, and I don't.
I love that line of logic that I don't want to take too far. So instead of saying that one person, individual hates me, the whole fucking country hates me instead. Yes, that's not taking it too far.
Well, nah, because then your suffering is shared.
Yeah, so instead of one person, you're blaming over 41 million people.
That's a lot of people that hate
including
you.
some people we know, like Envy.
May they rest in peace. I assume they're resting anyway.
Oh! Yes.
I have a full
Hi, Mac.
platoon of Canadian geese outside your house.
That's just called migration.
I got a bunch of them at my workplace, actually. They're pretty chill, surprisingly. No,
Yeah,
pun intended.
Yeah, their reputation is not often warranted.
One of them did hiss at me once. I told him to fuck off. It's like, I'm going to work. Get on my way. You get back on the grass.
I was at Canada's Wonderland. It's a theme park in the GTA, and we were sitting down eating lunch, and two geese and their kids walked by and started hissing at us like we were the problem.
Like, I am much bigger than you. I will slap you on the beak.
I don't attack geese. Don't do that.
No.
They can break your arm very easily.
I know. Yep. But you just have to make them think that you will, and most times they'll just kind of back off a bit.
Yeah. Geese aren't to be trifled with.
Yeah.
You can shoo them away, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'd say like 90% of animals, if you just act like you don't give a shit or that you're not scared of them, they'll just kind of like fuck off.
Yep.
There's that
In
10%
most
that will
cases.
call your bluff, then you have to go, well, shit, now what?
And like 5% of them are in Australia.
Jesus. In Australia is just, you show up, you're dead. That's just basically it. They will gank you.
Yeah. Show up and go anywhere outside of the major cities, and you're fucked.
You don't
If
even
you're
have to
outside
go
the
out of major cities.
I
Yeah.
does say.
The snakes take over people's houses and cars. It's like, I live here now.
Yes.
That sounds right. You want to talk about Australia,
We
Stonehenge?
don't talk about Australia. God damn it, now it's stuck in my head again.
Oh, I wish Zero was here.
I'm just thinking of the freaking Final Fantasy encounter music anytime you're walking down Australia. It's like, God damn it, why is there boss music?
No!
Wait, I'm in the water. Oh, fuck, I'm in the water!
No!
I can't see this boss encounter. It's going to sting me. If you know, you know. God, that jellyfish is fucking terrifying, though. God damn. The fact that it can sting and you feel nothing for 30 minutes. You don't even feel the sting. Then 30 minutes later, it's like, I have a sense of impending doom. I'm going to die. I don't know why I'm going to die, but I know I'm going to die. And then it all hits you.
Oh, no.
Fucking blue box jellyfish.
Yep. Fucking terrifying.
Yeah. I got Eve hooked on a bunch of videos from an Australian who talks about the land down under and how God hates him. He talked about all sorts
It's
of
so
fun
good.
animals and fauna there. And flora at one point with the gimpy gimpy bush.
Yeah, which I was just like, I've never heard of that before. I mean, I'm more, like, familiar with animals than
What has fled?
the plants. Wait, what?
The has
Huh?
fled.
Yeah, I don't like the. They're
The
a
blank
dick.
has fled. Interesting. So some of the timers are still working, just not the commands.
That's interesting. So maybe I do have it set up right, and I just didn't export
Didn't
it correctly.
enable everything.
I thought I did.
Maybe. The question mark. Yep.
The question was a weird hero. Well, anyway, going back to the Gimpy tree. Who all here knows of the Gimpy tree? Chat included. Does anyone in the chat know about the Gimpy tree? Or bush? It's called both.
No, I do literally only because of you. You know that.
Chill, have you heard of it?
No.
How about everyone in chat? Doesn't ring a bell? Would you like me to explain the Gimpy bush to you people? And further confirmation as to why God hates Australia in particular?
And further reasons to never visit Australia.
You see, the Gimpy bush / tree, whatever you want to call it, I think it's called bush more than tree, is a plant. If you know what a holly bush is, you know how their leaves kind of look? It's sort of kind of looks like that. But its leaves are covered in basically hypodermic needles made of silicon. And when you brush by this thing, it breaks off the leaf and goes into your skin and will constantly inject a toxin over and over again that feels like you are both being electrocuted and on fire at the exact same time. It is described as some of the worst pain imaginable. Not because it hurts really, really bad. It hurts bad, don't get me wrong. But the fact that it doesn't stop. You see, since it's made of silicon, your body doesn't break down silicon. So it stays there, embedded in your skin where you can't fucking get it. And constantly injects you with this neurotoxin for years. People have literally been put into medically induced comas to wait it out. Because the only way you can get rid of it is for your skin to finally shed. You outgrow the skin and it sheds off, and hope that those fucking needles go with it. But it can last for weeks, months, to years. It is the only plant I know of that will make a wild animal commit Alt F4.
That's interesting because
Animals don't tend to do that.
Yes. Moreover, that's interesting because every 3 weeks, a human skin has completely sheds itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so that is still in there is unusual.
Yeah, it depends on how deeply it embeds and how difficult it is for the skin shedding off to push it back out.
Well, maybe it's more like a tattoo thing where the ankles stay in there.
That's probably
Right,
like that, because they're tiny.
Yeah, because like the reason you get when you get a tattoo lasered off, it's not actually burning it off; it's just breaking it down so that your body can absorb it into the bloodstream and then pee it out with the tattoo.
Now, I will say, for clarity's sake, that there are some people that think that the pain is largely over-exaggerated and who have gotten their hands on a Gimpy bush from overseas somehow and have purposely stung themselves with it. It's like, yeah, it sucks, but if you run hot water over it, it's not that bad, or something like that. It's like, okay, you're either built different or you're coping, but there's plenty of medical accounts from people that go, no, this shit fucking sucks, put me in a coma. And the fact that you will get a wild animal that will literally run off of a cliff because it's running away from the pain and doesn't pay attention to where it's going and falls to its death, but basically killing itself. There's also been one account of one poor soldier who was out training, told his buddies, hey, I gotta take a squat, I'll be back in a minute. His buddies go, yeah, all right, we'll wait here for you, we'll move on. They're shooting the shit, not literally in this case, but all of a sudden they hear a gunfire. They, of course, freak, try to figure out what's going on, run around the corner, see what's going on with their buddy, and see that he is slumped over, pants around his ankles, smoking gun in his hand, and in his nearby, the reason why. When he went to wipe himself, he accidentally grabbed a handful of gimpy leaves and wiped himself with them. Who then, upon realizing in horror what he had done, said, nope, I'm out of God's Minecraft server, that's it. Which I can't rightly blame him from what some of the reports I've heard about how painful this shit is, and it doesn't stop.
Does sound like a pain in the ass.
Literally.
Oh!
Wiped himself, then went, oh, no, nope. Click, click, bang. Like, that's fucking rough. Australia hates people. Like, America's like, oh no! It's like, oh yes.
There you go. The channel from which this all originated.
Oh, I know about the Gibby Gibby Bush long before saw him, but yeah, he's got a fiction on it too.
Oh, okay. It's titled "The World's Most Painful Plant."
Mm-hmm. Getting the whole, how did we get here? Up the ass.
Only 4 rows down. Right above it is the box jellyfish we were talking about earlier.
Australia is just hostile to all fucking life.
Right next to it is the one that I sent to Laura earlier, about kangaroos.
Yeah, they're fun. I like kangaroos. As long as they stay away from my dog, because they will try to drown any dog they can get their hands on. They hate all canines, which, to be fair, dingoes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's their only predator.
Yeah. Which is why any canine they see, they will immediately grab and attempt to drown.
Yep.
Much to the horror of dog owners that were traveling a little bit too close and found out they had to try to rescue their dog before it was murdered.
From a swole marsupial.
Which is why I laugh at all these animal advocates that are going, oh my god, you can't just punch a kangaroo. A, that kangaroo was trying to kill his dog. B, he just popped it in the snout. C, did you see the look that kangaroo gave him? He was like, you fucking hit me.
All right, man. Okay.
All right, I respect it. You built different. All right. It didn't hurt him. It surprised him. And D, of course, have you ever seen a kangaroo? They will fucking wreck you.
Yep.
Red kangaroos.
A lot of people don't realize a lot of animals can fuck up a human pretty easily.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Without even fucking trying. Like, oh my god, you hurt that poor thing. If that thing wanted to, he'd be dead.
Emus, ostriches, and cassowaries.
Yeah,
Also.
I was just about to say something about the cassowaries. Get out of my head. That'd be like being mad that you take a fucking trash can lid and slap a cassowary upside the head to try to get it away from you. It was like, that thing will gut you.
Yes.
Instantly.
Kangaroos can too.
Moose can, and are more responsible, or are responsible for more deaths per year than sharks.
Yep.
Yeah, because a lot of people think, oh, it's a moose, it's a herbivore. No, it's a tank.
Those things
It's
are
a
pure muscle. They have like almost no fat.
They're also too dumb to understand when they're dead.
Yep.
Emus.
Whose military prowess is notable. Yeah, they did win that war. Australia
They
dead
won the
ass lost a
war.
war to emus.
Yeah, if you see a bull moose in the wild, you have 2 options. Climb a tree, because they can't climb. If you can do so fast enough, it won't pursue you up a tree. Or put something big and heavy between you and it. If you can get indoors and close the door, then you're fine. Third option, play dead and hope.
Well, there's a fourth option I just thought of thanks to a comic that I saw. Because, fun fact, the top killers of moose are killer whales. Because they will dive so far down.
Yeah, it's a little scary that they'll actually go diving.
Yep. They're weirdly good swimmers.
Yeah,
You wouldn't think it looking at them.
that's
You
gotta
think
be
crossing a river is gonna save you? Fuck no.
that's gotta be terrifying to see. It's like you just down there scuba diving. And, oh wow, look at all this. Look up moose. What the fuck?
And then it looks down at you. It's just like, oh no.
Like I can hear the boss music under the water. I am fucked.
Why do
That's
I hear
not a shark.
Latin
That's
all
not
of
a
a
shark.
sudden? Why do I hear Latin all of a sudden?
God, what was that one game where basically the entire world was flooded and you were playing this little creature? It looks kind of like a frog of sorts. Yeah, it was like a little frog that trying to get somewhere. And so it was like an entire drowned world. You'd have like these little zombie frogs that were trying to eat you and all sorts of other weird creatures. And of course, the moose. The moose were so fucking terrifying in that goddamn game. What was that game? It's like so long ago. Huh. Oh, that's gonna bother me. I'm going to find it later.
I want to know. I'm curious.
I know Markiplier played it at one point.
Oh, nice. That kind of helps, actually. Sort of.
Let me see. It's probably gonna be too long to find, but I'll find it eventually.
Chill, did you answer the one-shot question?
No, we got
I have not.
sidetracked.
Okay, I was just curious.
Saw a moose in the driveway once. It was scary. Yeah, if you leave it alone and you're behind closed doors, it'll just go away eventually.
Yep.
It's not a big deal. It's only if you're alone and it can get to you.
Yep.
They Breathe. That's the name of the game. They Breathe.
Ah. I'll look that up later. Okay. All right. I'll answer the question. Yes. So during the pandemic, I dipped my toes into writing adventures for Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. I only ever released one that was free, and the second one I actually put up on my design portfolio.
Ooh.
And kept up there for free as well. Just because I did it differently from the usual setups for D&D graphic design standards. It was called the Deglacia Heist. I believe I linked it in our GMs chat.
Yeah.
You did. I didn't realize you made that.
That me. That's
Nice.
yeah, it's part of my graphic design portfolio. I actually have the one that I did put up on the DMs Guild also on my portfolio site, but yeah. So the Deglacia Heist was a third level adventure where the PCs are hired to steal a painting from an auction. And it is very much D&D meets Shadowrun in that you're doing more planning and prep than actually doing the thing. So spoilers, the painting's haunted.
Yeah, nice.
It is a prison for a demon called a Merilith. And I believe its CR was 16.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Ooh.
But it worked. There was it imprisonment spell on it, and that actually required a really high level dispel magic spell to be cast on it, so the PCs would not be able to really do anything with it. But the people that hired them potentially could. So the PCs at the end of it have to make a choice: do we get paid for this job and hand it over, or do we keep it run? Do we give it out to someone who could better well protect it, etc.? So yeah, this thing, if it was released into the city that the adventure took place, it would basically wreck the town.
Yeah.
As demons are wont to do. So there's a potential thing there where it could come back later to bite them in the ass. So if they hand over the painting, what are the people who wanted the painting going to do with it? If they keep on hold on of the painting, are the people who wanted the painting going to go after the PCs? They did get hired by them, so they know who they are, right? And so later on, when the PCs get leveled up a little bit more, they might actually be able to confront this demon in one way or another, right? That's kind of what I wanted to do with all of my adventures, is have some sort of hook at the end to go to drive a potential campaign or short story arc forward. So yeah.
That's pretty good. You want me to link that in the chat?
Yeah.
Sure.
That is a game made by our very own Chill. Check that out.
Yep. I can also get the Morty, the other one that I made. That's actually on DM's Guild. Let me look it up.
I wasn't scrolling through the Amethyst Scale Crafts Company stuff.
That was branding and style guide I did for my sister-in-law, who has that business.
It's very cool.
Badass Baking Company. Branding and style guide.
The cake icing's interesting, though.
Wow, you're really going a mile a minute. 1 second.
I do have one question about the Handy Dan's buttermilk cake icing. Why did you put it into a cock dispenser? And yes, that's how it's pronounced, guys.
Do you want the real answer or the pitch answer?
Yes.
Which one first?
Real answer.
Pitch? Oh.
It's funny.
Fair. What's the pitch answer?
Oh.
This product is meant for people who don't often make a lot of cakes or desserts or things like that, but might, for like, you know, a dad who is desperate to win the divorce and has to win the birthday party. So, if you can put the icing in something that you already have, like a caulking gun, there you go, and it'll stay preserved for quite a long time thanks to all the sulfates.
Oh my god.
Wait. What? Oh no. What's the real answer?
It was funny?
It's funny.
Okay.
Acceptable. Acceptable.
Oh, I hurt. I'm in pain.
Oh my god. Like, I just saw that. I was like, oh, that's Handy Dan's buttermilk cake icing. Why is it in a cock dispenser? What? Ooh.
You'll at least be happy to know my eyes didn't first go to the werewolf quick guide.
Mine did go to the more deep crypts, because, well, duh.
Well, duh.
I got a link for the DM's Guild link for it.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it's free, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one's also very rudimentary. It does have a role-play encounter that is not, but it kind of turns the standard on its head at the end.
Nice.
But yeah, that one's very much, we're new to this, I don't know what to do, grab this.
I think it's fair.
Always. Let me go stat.
Okay. I gotta bring up my portfolio again. 1 second. If we're gonna comb through that.
If you ever need map work done, you know, just let me know.
Ooh, that's a fair point.
I actually do need to download C3 Plus again. Oh, that's gonna take all goddamn day.
Collab. Hi, Day. Collab.
Hello, Di.
So yeah.
Why am I?
So, yeah,
why did you say it like that?
Because I can.
Okay. How the hell am I not signed in?
So yeah, a lot of this was like the Badass Baking Co. Company was a fictional one I made up. It was for an assignment when I was doing night courses for graphic design a couple of years back.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things I like doing when I'm doing anything really creative wise, but like any sort of design stuff, I like to subvert some things. So the subversion here was a bakery that had the aesthetics of a tattoo parlor. And go from there.
Okay. So that's why it's Badass Bakery.
Yeah, there you go.
I like it.
Well,
Or sorry, Badass Baking Company.
our non-binary pal has been busy. And as blind to time, we'll just go with that.
Busy owl.
Yep. Actually, I haven't seen them streaming in a while either, so I think they've been like super busy. They started a new job
Yeah.
recently as well as moved, right?
I think so, yes. They may be acclimating to their new schedule.
Which is fair. It took me longer than I thought it would to acclimate to mine. I'm still acclimating. Shit.
True.
I miss hanging out with people I used to hang out with.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, such is life.
Yup.
That is really fucking cool. I'm definitely going to go look through your portfolio more in depth later. Or at least definitely steal more
Sure.
deep crypts because I do love anything creepy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's super creepy. It's kind of rooted. Like I said, it's very, very basic, but
It's all in how
I
you
mean-
tell it.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Like some people, when they run Curse of Strahd, it's funny, haha, oh wow, this is cool and funny and all sorts of shit. When I run it, I give people nightmares. Because that's my jam.
I did a 3D round table of my Handy Dan's buttermilk icing.
Ooh.
Yes, I do have 3D skills.
Nice. I do not.
I already knew that. The Viking armor turned out fantastic.
Oh, thank you. Mm-hmm. It's coming along better than I thought it was going to.
Hell yeah.
I have it as I've only done the top of the torso. The legs and lower torso are bare, so it's this Viking warrior with these teeny tiny legs.
It's fine. It's in progress. Don't mind that. He's just not gotten to leg day yet. Okay, just
Yes, I haven't gotten to leg day. That is true.
let him work up to it.
Let him cook, let him cook. Let's see. Yeah, the only other stories I've got about tying one-shots into overarching campaigns is like the usual thing you do with a one-shot. You start with a one-shot and then expand upon it into a bigger campaign. We know it's time for
Some
chat
people-
questions. It's always time for chat questions.
I say we're almost
Just, you
there.
know, don't spam them is all. Let's see. I mean, technically, I guess one thing I've done is I've taken a bunch of one-shots, especially in Call of Cthulhu, and I just kind of like threw them all together. It's like, hey, this is you guys going through all this.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, Chill, do More Deep Crypts and the Glacia heist have any connections at all?
They do not. They are separate.
Okay, just curious.
I gotta actually start getting ready for November soon. I figure what I'm going to do for that one day. Oh no, November 1st. All right, I still got time. Not much, but I got time.
Don't say that.
I might just do all those one-shots I did a couple of years ago and just do them all over again in a different cult game as a finale.
Just don't overdo it. God
Where's the
damn.
fun in that?
Oh my god.
You saw the last 2 years of what I was doing, right?
I don't know. I did see a little bit of the cult game. Not much.
Yeah, there's a reason that was the late night one, where most children are asleep. And all the warnings on that damn game.
Yeah. God.
So many warnings on the last year's game that I actually miss a trigger.
Most children.
Well, I trust my bone children to be mature enough to deal with it.
Oh, that sounds like a mistake.
That's asking a lot.
Well, they may be
My
occasionally
comment was not directed at you,
immature.
Alex.
They might be immature, but they're mature enough to enjoy the immature content. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
They know what they're getting into.
I don't think Unjust would like it. Oh.
Probably not.
Ready to deal with heavy stuff? Yeah.
I'm constantly dealing with heavy stuff because I am a macabre person. And it was that last cult game specifically that gave someone nightmares. I'm still so proud of that.
So good, so good.
Well, anything else y'all want to touch on?
Trying to think.
Always leave them wanting more.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
that's good. Yeah.
yeah. If you're gonna do a one shot, and you want to make a good impression on it, especially for your first time, leave them wanting more. Leave them wanting. I want to continue the story. What happens next? And you might be the forever GM if you do that.
True.
Or you can come back to it later, or and expand upon it later, and while you play something else in the interim. But yeah, that's a good approach if you want a longer lasting story from a one shot. Is to find a way to leave unanswered questions.
Yeah, I wish I could do like cliffhangers more often, but I suck with my pacing and timing. So it's one of those things that it happens. If I can, I will absolutely do it. I need to get working on that, true, Alex. I need to get working on that, Alex. I know.
In due time.
It's more often than not, I end up doing jump cuts, especially in horror games, because that's just a good way to make people just like sit on the edge of the seats going, oh, fuck, what's going to happen next, because they don't know, because I just dropped that part of the story and just focus on another character for a second. Which, if I can get away with it, I'll do that as a cliffhanger before we end the game. But again, I suck with pacing and getting that lined up properly. Patiently waiting. Patiently. So, are we making this to a drinking game? Am I supposed to take a shot every time you say patiently?
Please don't.
Laura's gonna die!
Again!
Oh no.
Yeah, I'll crack open the book and I'll start studying on it, honest. I've had a lot going on. Well, give me something to do while waiting on the downloads, because I can't do much else while the downloads are happening, just because it's going to suck up so much bandwidth. And there's a lot of stuff I got to download with CC3 Plus. Well, let's take 5 real quick, refresh ourselves. I'll grab a quick smoke, and we'll let I just figure out what question he wants to ask first.
That's good.
All right. I will mute myself, but not you.
I'm gonna BRB as well, so.
Well, you're generally there before him, so BRB.
That's fair.
See you shortly.
We'll be back. Probably.
Welcome back to the Chill the F Out Secret Podcast. Today's episode, what are the different settings on my Yeti microphone? I downloaded the Adeptus Astartes. I have no idea what the other ones do. There's one that's just called Fishbowl. Why don't we test this one out?
This is Fishbowl. I don't understand why it's Fishbowl. Could you please describe to me what this sounds like? 'Cause I don't really know.
What the fuck, chill?
Oh, welcome to the Secret Podcast.
What?
This episode, we're testing all the different effects on my microphone. I don't know what most of them do. This one is Fishbowl.
Is there something straight? It's well, at least through Discord, it's extremely hard to understand what you're saying. It's very, like, reverby? Yeah. I think it's the best way to put it.
I've turned off my air conditioner. Apparently it's picking it up. Is that any better?
That's a little better, yeah.
Okay.
It's still got a bit of the reverb, but not near as bad.
Let's test the next one. This one's called Sentinel.
This is the Sentinel setting. What does this sound like to you, chat?
Demon? Demon! I just want to talk to the demon.
Sorry, this one is Demon. The previous one was Sentinel. This one's Demon.
Chilth Vader. Okay, yeah. No, that one is more Vader-like. Okay. Press this fishbowl button. That's good. Oh my god. Ugh.
Here's the next voice. It's called Wild Voice.
Uh-oh.
This is the wild voice. I can't actually hear any of these, so you
I don't
have
like
to
it.
describe them for me.
I don't like it. I don't like it. All about chat. I don't like it. Oh man.
What are we not liking?
This particular setting on my Yeti microphone.
Oh, I see.
I don't like it.
You don't?
I don't know how to describe it.
Well, how about...
Too much dissonance, Discord?
I suppose that makes sense.
Like, that's not near as bad.
Yeah, okay, I didn't try to find another one.
One more before we carry on?
Yes.
All right. This one's called Electro Beast. Again, you have to describe it for me. I can't hear these.
I set it to Electro Beast. What does this sound like to you?
It sounds like
That
a
sounds
space
more
marine.
like scent. God damn it.
It sounds like a space marine.
That sounds more like what I would expect for Sentinel. Like Sentinel sounds more like Vader. That one sounds more like a Sentinel or like a actually oh gosh, what are the big the real big dudes in X-Men? Those are also Sentinels. Okay, yeah, that sounds more like Sentinel to me.
Nice.
If that's what we're going by.
Oh, you thought this one was Adeptus Astartes Space Marine? I'm going back to
I can also see Space Marine.
There we go.
Because this one is the Space Marine. I've just switched them.
Yeah, the other one, they sound very similar. The previous one sounded a little more echoey, like you're talking over a Vox.
Yes, I was about to say that. It's a little deeper too than the Space Marine one.
Yeah, but I think it would be like the difference between a Space Marine and a Terminator.
Ah, good call.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that sounds more Terminator. Yeah.
Maybe Dreadnought. Even in death I serve.
I can see that. Because, like I said, it's deeper as well.
And it does sound a bit more
But-
echoey, like you're within, deep within the suit.
I don't think Chill can mix and match. I think War can if he wanted to.
I'd have to play
Not
around with
during
that.
time, I think.
Yeah, with voice mod, I can mix and match all sorts of things, different things, but I'm not going to try and figure out how to do that right now.
Yeah, no. That'd be something you would have to pre-set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for Chill, as I understand it, it's just buttons. Hi, Adjust.
Just-
I only just not registered what voice that is.
再说两句，我身边在圈儿多呗。I have no idea how this sounds.
Why is that not your ooh sound? Ooh voice.
There's this voice box that's called kawaii.
You need to start using that whenever people redeem Ooh.
Ooh.
You don't even have to like talk weird in it. You just talk normally, but just using that voice mod.
Ooh.
What did you do to him?
This is my
You
space
birthed the
marine
lich.
one. How's it sound, Tim?
Oh, that was great.
Nice. Brother, bring the flamer. The heavy flamer.
All right, go back to normal. All right, so now I know another way of how to punish people. I like how you both went like, what the fuck?
I think I liked it. Oh. Oh my god.
So did we ever get those questions? Let's see. Scrolling up.
Die.
It's
One of the few that doesn't see the hype behind Matt Mercer.
I think one of the reasons a lot of people want to be Matt Mercer is just because the way he's able to completely captivate his table and tell his story as well as his sound effects. Even I try to emulate that a little bit. I'm by no means a good voice actor, can do half of the sound effects that he can do, but he also has like severe OCD, it seems, because he will like make maps that aren't even needed just in case his players go that way. And I will say, since you have just started with Critical Role, I assume you're starting from like the very beginning. It gets better. There's a certain member that goes bye-bye soon enough who makes everything really awkward for a while. He'll be gone soon.
Yeah, that's a shame.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. There's a cat yelling outside my door again.
Kitty.
Well, see, that's the thing on Just. He genuinely does love the game.
Yeah.
I was going to
Yeah.
comment that he's also a
Yeah.
trained actor, and that also
Uh
helps.
huh.
Along
I was
with
gonna
everyone
mention
else
that
at
too.
the table.
Mm-hmm.
He's like super into RPGs. He was like all for, and that entire game was literally just supposed to be like a simple one shot for Liam's birthday. And then it exploded into this. It was literally just supposed to be like a little birthday game. That was it.
You might not be far enough in to have picked up on it yet.
Probably not, no. Yes, Unjust. Probably should shout a few people out, actually.
Yeah, I feel like a good way of describing it is that Matt Mercer showed the, like, general, populace that, especially ones that aren't used to tabletops at all, that, like, you can act in your tabletops.
Yeah,
Of
it's
course, I just want you to go pay attention to the cat.
the cat will be fine. I literally was just petting him while I was out smoking. he had plenty of attention. It's never enough for him.
Never enough.
If he had his way, my arms would fall off and he'd still be like, why did you stop? Which makes it really fun when I'm trying to sleep because he'll be like all up in my face going, pet me. Like, no, we did this already, so you ass down.
Well, you want Laura to give him more pets and go pet Sky.
Besides, I don't get pets, I get bonks, so fuck you.
Also that.
I even have a head pet redeem and everything, but no, bonks.
No, you know how? Damn it.
See? Ow, God, fuck.
Hey, at least that wasn't unjust, but, you know. Oh,
Oh yeah, I gotta turn those little pop-ups off on. I was just too slow.
but yeah. We almost kind of already answered that a little bit.
Yeah.
I feel definitely his acting, just like vocal range, vocal ability.
Passion.
Yeah, attention to detail.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
and passion.
Yeah, the way he can inhabit a character.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that he's not afraid to actually destroy things he's created. Now, there is, of
Yeah,
course, the usual accusations, oh, it's all scripted, which it may very well be, but it's still the heart of the thing is to telling a cooperative story, which they seem to do.
There's no way it's scripted. I'm sorry. If that would be like a 400-page script every single week.
True.
Yeah, no. That'd be insane.
I think it's scripted in the way it's like, okay, we want to try to do this, and here's a loose guideline of where we want it to go, and that's about as scripted as it gets, maybe?
Yeah, they might have a beat sheet.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, knowing your players well is a huge, huge plus.
Yeah, I'd love to see them do more things like Call of Cthulhu or other games like that. That'd be amazing. Taliesin did a Call of Cthulhu for them once, and he was just out to kill all of them. He did a Vampire the Masquerade for them once, and again, he was just out to kill all of them while trying to terrify them, which, hey, that's just the way he goes, and everyone was fine and cool with it.
Mm-hmm.
The Vampire the Masquerade one was a little kind of like, what? What kind of Alice in Wonderland shit did we get into here?
Yeah, very few DMs can go at 100% off the cuff.
Well, he's an eldritch being, so it is what it is. He's just telling some of his personal stories.
Yeah. And the reason that it also works is the people that are at his table also work. They're also, not only are they also actors, they're also friends, and they don't want to be awful to each other. And understand how collaborative storytelling works. I know yes and isn't really a big thing outside of like the actual improv theater, but they do understand things, the concepts of that, and you know when to say no, and understanding why they're doing that, etc.
Yeah.
They all understand that they're trying to build a story together.
So just try and derail everything. Stretchies. Hello, Velosaurus. How you doing? You son of a bitch, mid-stretch. Ow. Owie.
Oh, gosh.
It's like trying to walk over and tickle someone when they're in the mid-stretch. You just don't do that. What's wrong with you? See, this is why the cat's
Or you
being
ain't gonna
ignored.
be. It hurts more when they're relaxed.
I wasn't relaxed. I was tensed. That's what you do in this stretch. You tense up all your muscles as you literally stretch them.
I can't tell if that's their point or not.
I don't know.
I really can't. Oh.
I think his biggest talent is to never have to think at all. His improvs and decision calling have not hit a single 5-second stumble block yet. And yeah, he's insanely good at his improv.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think he actually did have improv training, and he's also been doing this for a long fucking time.
mean, that's generally, like, I don't want to say a given necessarily, but near given with acting.
Yeah.
You gotta be able to improv, particularly with probably mostly like comedy, especially if you're gonna do stand up. I don't remember if he did or not, but regardless,
Man, I think I'm pretty decent with my improv, but I'm not that good. Every now and then I'll just take a,
Yeah.
like, okay, let's take a little break so I can go figure out what the fuck to do now, because what the hell, guys?
Yeah. That's also fine. by the way.
Yeah.
oh yeah, we're not trained actors,
No.
and our
Here's a-
players know this.
I
Here's the
hope.
thing with the like pre-scripted, well, not pre-scripted, sorry, but like pre-recorded games like Dimension 20 or Dice Friends.
Yeah.
You don't see them stopping to look up rules
Yeah,
or stumbling or trying to think of things sometimes. Like, I remember in, what was Mice and Murder in Dimension 20? Someone rolled a check to see if ghosts are real, and Nat 20'd it and broke Brennan Lee Mulligan's brain.
That happens a lot.
Yeah, and sometimes GMs will have to like stop and think like, okay, what happens now? This kind of wrecks my plan. In not necessarily a bad way, but it does wreck what I thought was going to happen, what could happen. They shit talked him for a few minutes in the actual episode, but who knows how long it took Brendan to think of something. And they just had to edit out because eventually he does say, okay, I am now prepared to continue the scene. So between them all ragging on him for like 5 minutes or so and that moment, by the magic of editing, who knows how much time passed.
True. Wrote one for monstrous
Right.
creatures, and it definitely produces monsters. That sounds interesting. Vampire wolf that is constipated. And you're welcome for the shout out. Once I find out that someone streams, I tend to shut them out whenever I spot them here. That's amazing.
I might have to ask for that. I kind of want that bowl. Oh no.
But if you feed on blood, how do you get constipated? Did they just have a lot of dairy in their system? That conjures unfortunate thoughts. So many fat
have to eat.
lipids.
Have to eat food, Mary. Thank you. Hell yeah. Big appreciation.
The thing else is that Brennan says, you see that in every situation, even when the following description isn't site-based.
Just a quirk.
Yeah, I've got my own quirks too. We all do.
I can't spell.
That's pretty unfortunate considering you're a mage. A mage that can't use spells.
The I'm pretty sure we did canonize that. That's the joke. That's how I accidentally became owl. I think
Oops,
it's been a bit, so I don't
wrong
remember for
thing.
sure.
Yeah, Rebecca chat. I didn't mean to close that window. There we go. It's like when Evelyn over here says whenever when she means when.
Leave me alone.
Isn't that just a wild sorcerer?
I mean, it's on par with a wild magic surge.
There you
Oh god. What?
go. Yay! It does
Yeah, I saw
work
that
if you
coming.
take a copy of it.
Ow. Someone time out unjust. Freaking bully. I see suddenly the field is full of chili beans. I hear you yelling outside my door, but Unjust is being mean to me, so you have to stay out there. Any other questions? No, don't. This guy said that there's an entire thing about the Matt Mercer effect, and that even Matt Mercer heard about that, and he felt really bad about it. Like, no, I didn't intend for that to happen.
Yeah, that is a.
Reason, lol.
3, 2, 1. Welcome back, I'm best. Oh.
I mean, they say that imitation is the highest form of flattery, but a lot of DMs got scared away from even attempting to do that because so many players were expecting them to be like Matt Mercer, and then if Matt was like, "No, don't be like me. What do you? No."
He had to do like an actual like public announcement, didn't he?
Yeah, he actually made a public announcement to not try to emulate him. It's like DM
Because so
how
many
you
people,
want to do
was
it.
hurting them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like players would be like, why can't you be more like Matt Mercer? And, like
Which I
Matt
always
himself
kinda-
was just like, stop that.
right.
Matt Mercer is a professional actor and now GM, playing with professional actors who are also now professional players.
It'd be one of those things like I'd counter with, okay, why can't you be like Matt Mercer's players?
Same reason.
Exactly. That shut up real quick. Then it's like you're not being like Matt Mercer's players. You're being rather rude at the moment.
There is some level of etiquette, but like, you don't have to be. It's like it's like starting your own beer league of hockey, and then someone asking, "Well, why aren't you in the NHL yet?"
Yeah, exactly. And just made the exact same point. Yeah. Exactly. Now, there's nothing wrong with like taking inspiration from what he does and trying to incorporate that into your own routine. Nothing wrong with that at all. But trying to emulate him entirely to the point that you're just not able to do it, and might not be what your group wants. Pulling that over here refreshing, I got a vampiric crab. It's constipated. Oh my god.
Don't mind me.
Minding you entirely.
No.
You now have my full undivided attention.
No. Oh, God.
Thank you, Unjust. That sound almost caught me off guard. I was like, wait, what the hell was that?
It's constipated by a crab.
Didn't like that. What did you not like?
Oh, right, because it has a sound effect. Unjust does not like spooky noises.
Why the hell are you here?
We're 40% spooky noises.
Oh.
What?
They like our company so much that they tolerate it. Mostly.
I am all about the spookies.
Fluent speech. Yeah, that'd be nice. I don't think they'd ever used it or seen someone else use it. Horror might. That's good.
Because every now and then I do talks like this.
Oh.
Just because I can. Fuck, I still
Why
need
don't
to
you
do
keep
that
that
voice
up?
line later.
How about now?
Oh, very, very well then. And Book Talk loves you for that. So, who had the next question? I would argue that voice acting is not that overrated. I like to do it every now and then too.
There we go.
Someone
That'll work.
quote that. The quotes, I think, were.
Oh, right,
Oh, the
quotes.
quotes are gone now. Damn, I need to try to see if we can recover those.
It might still be on. Let's find out.
Bruh. I forget, Chill. Do you try to do a little bit of voice acting in your games or nah?
I do what I can. I don't like my own voice
Right.
all that much. I kind of nasally and stuff. So when I try to actually do voices, I feel like that impacts it and takes away from it. But I do what I can.
Where's the pet the kitty redeem?
Yeah, there's only like specific voices I feel like I can do well, and then like I don't feel like I can do accents well at all, so I never try because I don't want to insult anyone, particularly whenever I'm doing them on Twitch. So yeah.
It's one of the reasons I have the voice redeems going on, is just to try to train myself to get used to doing it more often.
I'm too lazy.
That's fair.
Just on the regular.
You insult me on the regular. You bonk me on the regular. The hell do you expect? Right here, Alex. What? Oh, unjust one's pets, apparently. See? This is what I'm talking about. Also, ow. Sounds like he's wandered off now. He'll be back in a moment, I'm sure.
And you gotta get him more pets.
There are so many ways I could take that out of context to make you regret that, unjust.
Oh no.
I like that you already see where that's going, Eve.
Yep. Loops of play.
You're inside, you can stop yelling now.
Meow.
He's a very vocal cat.
Pay the kitten. uh,
It's a bit of a vague question, but like what are other loops of play do you try to incorporate into your games other than roleplay, combat, and narrative? What do you mean?
can you give any examples? I can't think of much else.
I don't understand that
not-
question.
Those three things.
I mean, I first wanted to say diplomacy, but no, that fall under roleplay and narrative.
I took it as kind of like reoccurring themes, but I'm trying to think of anything that
Ow.
well is like.
Don't eat the
That
mic.
was is that delayed? I can't tell if that was delayed.
Oh, that cat was just trying to chew on the mic. It's like, no.
Do you think you get an idea, Chill?
Yeah, loops of play. So, investigation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a big part of it is like I mentioned with Shadowrun. It's like 4 hours of planning and 1 hour of doing.
Does that not fall under roleplay and narrative? I don't understand this question.
Kinda. Other ways of engaging the player. I mean,
I guess it depends on
Inventory-
how you do it. Cause like there's
Puzzle-
ways of doing investigation that's not necessarily just tied to the roleplay.
yeah. Inventory management, puzzle solving. Maybe not inventory management, but
Most of us ignore that.
yeah. Just list of stuff. Don't care about weight. A lot of people ignore weight. But puzzle solving, yeah. That's also a nice one. If you can give an actual puzzle to your players, that can sometimes be fun fun thing to do. If they're really having trouble, you just bring it down to a roll, or have them roll for a clue. But
Yep.
yeah, you can do puzzle solving as well. Another one is not necessarily not inventory management, but management of like a town or a ship or a crew, like your hirelings if you're playing D&D or something, or things like that. Item creation. I did have something like that in the LARP I ran. Players made their own spells, but they could fail, but we would tell them why they'd fail.
I like that.
Yeah, it was very complex, unfortunately, and that's not very great for a LARP. So, but yeah, there is a bit of discovery in there, and if you only have so large an area, you can't really do physical discovery or landmark discovery. So you have to do it other ways. One of them is through item discovery, like how things work in a game. That's sort of what I did with my system, where you can make your own spells, but they could fail, and they had a list of effects that you do, etc. But
Also, just maybe avoid questions that are that vague. Because like I'm trying to figure out what do you mean. Like, should I go to another plane of existence and introduce fourth dimension? I mean, you literally listed all the things that basically incorporate everything.
Yeah, because it's hard to like not include one of those to some extent, particularly narrative, like Mac mentioned.
Yeah. But if you're talking about like item creations and stuff like that, yeah. Will you stop chewing on my foot? It's not a ghost. It's just a cat chewing on my toes. Little shit. I've let players make their own spells before. Some of them just literally being reskins to just kind of fill it out.
Let her quote that. The quotes aren't working.
Well, why the hell are they not working?
You have to enable them.
I did. They're enabled.
Oh. Did I just write it wrong then? Hang on.
well, I think I think is more asking about dynamics or of play. Here, I'm gonna bring it up 1 second here. Give me a minute.
Where am I going? Oh, right. My own crap. There we go. Whee. Yeah, no, I wrote it right. That should be...
Anybody else got a question they'd like to ask?
Oh, got it. It's not a question here. I found it. What I was talking about. 1 second. I'll put a link in our chat.
I already forgot what Lore said. Oh no.
Something about cat nibbling my toes.
There it is. The MDA framework, and this is not based on for RPGs, but games in general. And there are 8 aesthetics that that are evoked in the player, and maybe this is more what Dai is thinking of.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, I see what you mean. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, so the MDA is, I forget who did it, but it was University in the States, I believe, that tried to sort of like have a universal guide for game design. And it affects everything from complex games to something simple. So, video games, board games, playing card games, hide and seek. It's all kind of affected, and all games will have at least a couple of these aesthetics that are mentioned.
Interesting.
How do you tackle the situation where it's very much one player, one character carrying the entire team, or one player putting through the campaign? That's a tough one. Sometimes people's luck just absolutely sucks, and some people just have insanely good luck. It feels like they're doing everything.
Yeah, it can be situational.
Yeah, it's like now if they have main character syndrome, that's a totally different thing. It's like, okay, you're just hogging the spotlight at this point.
I don't think it's what Alex means.
No.
There's multiple different ways it can happen. Another way it can happen is just the having one more outgoing person as far as your players go versus people who are much more soft-spoken.
Yeah. Like the last group I was playing with on Saturdays, there was this one player who was just incredibly shy. They just did not want to engage whenever I tried to include them. And they would just kind of like do like one little word entrance. It's like, okay. And then I was later told that they don't like the RP aspects. Like, what the fuck are they doing playing an RPG?
Yeah, something like that. Some you gotta find, like...
I mean, I don't need you to like get the character to at least react some shit.
Yeah, you gotta sometimes find, like, what they're really into, what they're really passionate about, and try to, like, find a way of incorporating that. That's a lot harder with your style. Going, like, more serious and more horror-oriented. Not always, but oftentimes.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that, well, we got ads, hang on. I was going to say that's kind of one of the reasons that group kind of fell apart, and I'm not really too keen on pulling it back together. It's like, I don't think I'm the right DM for you guys.
That's fair.
A, time differences and the fact that everyone's schedules kind of changed, so it's going to be hard to get the game back together again. And B, I don't think you guys want a serious game.
Alex is one of the only ones that can hear us. Alex! It's time to wake up.
Wake up, Alex.
It's time to wake up.
Wake up, Alex.
Oh my god! I'm really glad I turned you down already. Otherwise, I would have jumped out of my seat.
It sounded like you about did anyway. That was great. Do that again.
Are the ads over? Oh, okay. Never mind, you got them. Oh, or at least for Unjust, yeah. I really do.
Oh, lordy. Unfortunately, I have to add myself back in as a boss after we figure out why the hell it's not working. And you have to make a new character because all that's gone.
Oh, that's right. Whoops.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. So I'll get OP again in no time.
Bring back out the stillborn child.
Yep.
I am eternal. The eternal nightmare.
Only temporarily. You'll become Mad Man again, don't worry.
Yeah, new computer and new hard drive. Well, new memory storage, I should say, is because they're not hard drives. And with more coming soon. But it's going to be kind of a bugger getting some of that stuff off of the old drive, because that drive is... I don't know what the fuck HP did to it, but they can go fuck themselves. I will never buy another HP.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, he's asking for this.
Return your software to hardware. Ooh.
Oh,
I still have no idea how that sounds.
there we go.
I'm going to turn on my sound, listen to myself later, and see how that sounds.
Oh, man.
What, are you not used to a VTuber or PNG tuber in this case turning it back around against you? What?
Now you need to listen to that voice. You need to really listen to that voice.
You guys might hear an echo in just a second. I'm going to turn on the sound so that I can hear it.
Oh my god, that has music. I saw a high chipmunk.
Mm-hmm.
There's a high chipmunk.
Interesting.
Yep. Oh, that's why they've been freaking the hell out. It makes you sound like a goddamn schoolgirl.
Yeah, so. Okay.
That was interesting. Alright. We're going to go through these voices again, because since, apparently they updated it since last I downloaded Voice Mod, and they've changed, like, everything.
Oh, there you go. There's a clip.
Nice.
Oh, I'm stealing this.
What are you stealing?
Don't worry about it.
Where you put in that clip? Put that clip down.
Don't worry about it. Well, first I'm gonna put it here because this is where it belongs.
Put the cookie down. Stop putting my
No.
messages now.
No.
So live there
we go.
forever.
That's better.
So, and one player feeling like they're carrying the team, that can really start sucking for everyone involved. I mean, remember that one RPG horror story we read where this guy just could not catch a fucking break? He could not roll above a fucking 3 on no matter what die he rolled.
Yeah.
There are players like that exist. There's also those like, Will Wheaton.
Yeah, the dice roll dude was unfortunate.
I feel like there are kind of ways to deal with it. I know it's really hard to do a tabletop without any sort of randomness factor. Because, that's it's not the only thing they run on, but that's a large part of it. But, I feel like definitely he would at least benefit from a more roleplay heavy, less die roll influenced game.
Yeah. Well, even then, a lot of things it's going to eventually come down to a die roll, because you can't just blindly influence people. Even if you really, really want to, if your dice sucks so bad, even with all the bonus dice he could get, God.
Well, there are other systems that
Ooh.
do things differently. Not only just not using die rolls, but
Dread.
also, there's some that use, yeah.
I need to figure out how to
What's
manage
that use again?
What, Dread?
Yeah.
It uses a Jenga tower.
That's right. That's right.
Literally called the Tower of Dread. I want to figure out how to try and encapsulate that into online somewhere, because you can tell some amazing stories with Dread.
Mm-hmm. MET uses rock, paper, scissors. I want to say some of them use literally flipping a coin. One very interesting one that Adam has the rules to. I believe you literally basically you're playing poker.
Ah. Sleep well,
The whole
Unjust.
thing. Good night, Unjust. Yeah.
Let's see. What? There's also tin candles, but that still uses dice, but it's that's a really fun way of encapsulating the dread too when those candles start going out.
Yeah, Tavern Tales, the DM doesn't ever roll dice, but the players do. So that's not quite the same thing.
Well, in Cult, I don't ever roll the dice either.
I want to say, Mage Ascension. I believe there's rules for using the Mage Ascension tarot deck. Specifically instead of rolling dice.
I think Paranoia, the DM doesn't roll dice either.
That sounds right. Is that one tarot as well? I don't remember. Oh, we've talked about it before.
Yes, kitty. Are you comfy?
Maybe you do still roll dice in Paranoia.
I thought the new edition, the DM doesn't. No, the players
the
do.
DM, maybe. I say the players do. Tavern Tales is the same way.
And Cults also, they don't ever roll dice. That's all the players.
Oh, God.
There's an RPG called Deadlands.
Yeah, assuming you
sounds
just have to build a better poker hand. I've seen a
Oh, wait, is that the
few
poker
like
one?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the poker one. Deadlands.
Ow. Oh, wait, no, that's not the one Adam has. What's the one Adam has?
Oh. Deadlands is like Wild West fantasy thing.
Maybe I have to go pull it off the shelf. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's using something else. I don't remember the name. I'll go grab it on our next break.
Which will probably be in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Whee!
Don't you knock anything off that shelf. There ain't nothing up there for you. Stop sniffing around. That exists,
There you go.
Digest. That does exist.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm good.
No thanks.
I still think it would be hilarious to do a April Fool's game using sex dice.
Yeah, that's a much different kind of game.
Yeah. Also, I don't want to. Sorry, I don't want to. Also, don't want to blow hair. I don't even know how that would work logistically.
No,
I don't
no,
know.
no.
You just
No.
chew on the hair.
Blech.
You know, I'm not gonna argue it. I could, but I won't.
Or you just do what we do over the mic onto someone's head instead, just snuffle around their hair.
No.
We never really did fully answer Alex's question. I mean, that's a really hard one to answer because
Really,
there's just so many
kind of
different
did.
situations that.
Yeah, we said like a couple of ways you could have that issue, and because there's different ways you can have the issue, and there's different ways depending on the exact issue of how to solve it.
Another example could be an experience gap in the players, not the characters. So you have one who's been playing RPGs for years, or a specific RPG for years, and a bunch of newbies. And there could be a gap there because the new players might be a little more apprehensive, not really knowing what to do or how to do things. And the more experienced one might just be blurring through everything, not giving others a chance to shine. At that point, you just talk to the experienced friend and say, "Hey, why not try helping them out, and getting them out of the getting out of that apprehension, trying to get them to do other things, and try to show them how to do other things as well." You know.
I think it boils down to player dynamic balancing,
Yeah.
having a good party dynamic.
Whereas there
Not
will
just
certainly
in-game,
be
but out-of-game.
some players that will just be more than happy just to sit back and let everyone else do what they're doing and then just go along for the ride. Which can be frustrating when you're trying to involve them more because you're trying to share the spotlight, but eh. Tis what
Yeah.
it is.
If you can, it's good to identify those players in session 0 and, like, right off the bat be like, what do you want from this game? Like, and tell me as much as you can.
Right?
But that's not necessarily easy, and they may not necessarily actually reciprocate. But also then at that point, you kind of, if they're unwilling to say, then you kind of go back towards your experience lore, where it's just like, then why are you here?
Yeah.
If you can't give me literally anything to work off of.
Yeah. But again, like I said, my games tend to be more serious and horror focused, and if that's not the sort of game you're looking for, then I'm not the right fit for you.
Yeah.
Which amuses me that people will want me to run games for them and then want to try act silly and goofy. It's like, have you not been watching my content? Why did you seek me out? Just because you thought I'd agree?
Oh, goodness.
Yes, remember to take care of yourselves.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of any other last things for that before we go on break. Yeah, because like I said, there's a lot of different ways that can come up. I'm trying to think of any others that we haven't covered.
I don't know. Lenini, do you feel that we've answered the question?
Or
Yeah,
did
but
we just dance around it and hope that it worked? Like the shamans of old.
I mean,
Very much. I should have specifically asked, how do you tackle the situation where it's very much one player, one character carrying the entire team? I mean, I feel like predominantly just like, try your best to like
Include everyone else, yeah.
throw bones for the others. Yeah, basically. Skill challenges. Skill challenges. That can be a really good way, especially like if it's like the more kind of jack of all trades, skill stacked characters, not getting to shine as much as the beefy, more combat oriented characters, stuff like that.
When you say make your own TTRPG, do you mean like from the ground up, like the mechanics and everything, or do you mean like taking mechanics like, say, the D20 mechanics and making your own RPG out of that?
Oh,
Or do
that
you
is a
mean
good
both?
point. Yeah. I was about to say hell the fuck no, and then you said that, and I was like, actually, if you talk about taking from another already pre-existing mechanics, yes, because I've made Bleach in well, I tried to start out in the World of Darkness, classic World of Darkness system, and then I moved it over to Mutants and Masterminds.
I made a Metroid
Didn't
one once.
mean much. Made a what?
Metroid.
I forgot about that. I think you've mentioned it before. I think.
Yeah, it didn't get very far, but we did a couple playtests with me and a buddy, and I was like, eh. And then it turned out I was alone working on it. I was like, I thought you were helping with this. Then I lost interest.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
That was a lot about childhood. Like we'd all get excited about something. I'd start working on it, and then I'd show them, start trying to share ideas. Okay, and what do you guys? It's like, oh, I got nothing. It's like, this was your fucking idea, you asshole.
Mm-hmm. Been there, done that, seen that. Multiple times.
I mean, I backburnered it, but I do have that pirate fantasy RPG.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the idea was like, I could have done it in D&D, but with the way, with the nautical themes and, needing ship mechanics specifically for that game, I felt like making a different game from scratch would probably be more appropriate. Like the concept was D&D meets One Piece with a little bit of Dark Souls sprinkled. Man, do I have ideas for that Dark Souls bit.
And there are times that I put in so much work and ow, thank you, cat. Oh, right at the cooking nail.
Ew. Naughty for baby.
Yeah, that claw went right into the quick.
Ew.
But there's been times I put in so much homebrew into a game that feels like I'm making my own damn TTRPG. I'll tell you that right now for free. Especially with Cyberpunk Red, because of what they did to those guns. Like, really? Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, there.
I feel like chill's definitely been the best answer for that,
Yeah.
because his pirate system is very much
I've-
from scratch, from the ground up.
Yeah.
I've also written a LARP, and that was it wasn't successful. I burnt out because I took too much of stuff onto myself when running it.
Yep. Been there, done that.
Yeah, if I were to ever run it again, I would need a lot more help.
Yeah. Don't let yourself be the only one doing everything.
Yeah,
I know you don't need me to tell you that, but
yeah. I mean, I really like the world, and I might revisit that world in a different format than.
oh yeah, putting
LARP.
in like a tabletop system.
Yeah, I might do that instead.
That'd be cool.
I would need to flesh out the world a lot more. Oh, how'd you think of the ship mechanics anyway, Shell? I haven't got there yet. Oh, I did?
So you did a little, like
I did a
tiny
little
baby
bit.
bit.
We did
I don't
a
know if you
little bit, but we haven't
looked at
really
any
like.
stuff. Oh wait, actually, did I find those? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I think I did end up finding and sending you those that
Yeah,
my friend had made, and then of course the GURPS stuff.
yeah, yeah. You did, and thank you. Yeah, I've done a little. Like we kind of did like ship rolls and things like that, but we haven't got like okay, how do you take into account the wind or the tides or like really specific stuff like that, but like we had a vague idea of how to do it.
I think it was mostly just like ship sizes, ship health,
Yeah,
and then I think you did a little bit with the cannons, like the different
Yeah.
types of shot.
I'll take a look at that. It's been a little while.
I think that was about it though.
Well, there's another fun question to ask you guys real quick. Do you prefer your mechanics crunchy or simplified?
Simplified.
Simplify, maybe a little bit of crunch, just a little texture. But
I
mostly
hate math.
I don't mind a bit of crunch in my mechanics. Like, I mean, there's some, especially nowadays, where all the rule sets become super simplified, which in a way is a good thing, but some of them simplify them a bit too much.
You love fluff. I will say, like I don't. If we're talking like number crunching, no, fuck that. But if we're talking like more options, like all the fucking different vampire bloodlines and all their different disciplines, all the different types of thaumaturgy, other blood magics, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. But now, granted, a lot of that will add up to more math. Let's be real. But like, it's not like math for math. It's just like say like THACO or something, a negative AC.
Yeah, say it's nothing like that.
But a bit of crunch to actually make it feel like it's a bit more complex, and you can add more options and stuff to it.
Laninia, crunch refers to rules complexity. How
Yeah.
long it sort of takes and how complicated it is to go through the mechanics of the game. So, like die rolls and how they're calculated. If it's simply just roll a die and the number's the number, that's pretty non-crunchy. But if you have like a mathematical formula like you might have in Shadowrun 5th edition, that's super crunchy.
Yeah.
It's like number crunchy.
Yeah. Usually it's number crunchy, but it can be other ways of having complexity, like I said.
Yeah.
I like more options, more fluff. More lore.
We always need more lore.
Always need more lore.
More questions for you once you find your own stream. Yep, you know where to find me.
Yeah, what was it? Is it Saturdays you're normally doing the pirate game?
I've been doing nothing but the robot build on for the last like month or so.
Okay.
I've just been working on that because it's been my hyper focus for a while.
It's really been a month since I watched you do the pirate one. God damn.
I don't remember when the pirate one was. I'd have to look.
Oh.
In fact, you even posted
I
an
feel like it's
update.
been that long.
My file says 12th of April, so it's been longer.
Ow.
And that Rumpus
Thanks,
is
I
coming
hate it.
rather well.
It was probably before. Pretty sure.
He was remembering the passage of time and hating it.
We're all subject to the same decay and entropy as everything else in the universe.
Excuse me while I cope by pushing
Son of a
buttons.
bitch.
See, this is why you just get spare parts and upgrade your meat suit every now and then.
I can't stop it, Mac. I started to read that and I ended up making a counterspell. Hell yeah.
Hey, Mac. Hey, Mac. You are now manually breathing.
Holy shit, dude!
Friendly fire!
Now that's anyone within earshot. Thanks a lot, ass.
I got more.
But like your tongue can't find a comfortable place to sit in your mouth? Mm-hmm. Hyper tongue awareness?
You are now aware of your skin.
Stop it!
Oh, these are super effective against chill.
Apparently.
The tongue one wasn't.
The skin one was, apparently.
That was effective on Mac. Good to know. Good to know. I can't do the old thing on Mac.
Let's see. I guess we can go ahead and take a little break now and let Jill recover from my curses.
Let chat think of other questions.
That too. Alrighty, BRB.
Be right back.
See you soon.
Am I seriously the only one back? Oh shit, this is autographed! Or signed, whatever the fuck. Neat! Oh, is this using cards? Yeah. I preemptively pull up. Wait, what? What? Oh. Oh, they have digital copy. Wait. I can put my affiliate code on this.
What you doing?
Nothing. That one, I think, is the one that I'm able to understand you the most in, but funnily enough.
It's called Helium Chipmunk.
It is very. You sound exactly like Alvin.
Nice. Have one here called Dual Pitch? How's this one?
What the fuck is that?
It's called Dual Pitch. I don't know, man.
You sound like you're Alvin in Darth Vader's mask. or Alvin in a Space Marine suit.
And the best one is DJ Robot.
That's kind of cool.
Okay, yeah, I guess. We have a favorite now?
It's how do I describe it? It's got like it almost sounds like you have an echo. Your voice is slightly, only very barely deeper pitch, but also sounds like you're using auto-tune or something.
Huh.
It puts like a yeah, the echo.
Something, and I'll be able to hear myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. Ugh. It's cool. Where the hell is my affiliate shit?
Oh yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, right? Ah, there it is. I like it.
It's like musical, but
Mhm.
not. Yeah, that was interesting.
Mm-hmm. Like that is almost as though you've got auto-tune on it or something. There we go.
Are we
Neat.
playing with voices again?
Yeah.
Maybe. I found a thing. Do you mind if I include the Drive-Thru RPG link to it, including my affiliate code on it?
Sure, go ahead.
Whoa! I found the book. Space Kings. An improvisational role-playing game.
John 11.
What?
CD.
Ah, shit, we're about to be simulated.
Ah, okay.
This
I can
is
barely understand.
It just says Edward in the picture with like Call of Duty zombies on it.
Call of Duty, what?
Zombies. That's what it looks
Oh,
like.
zombies. Okay. Yeah, I could. All I got was Call of Duty out of that. That was the only words I understood.
Nice.
Okay. So yeah, so Space Kings. Yeah, I was mistaken. Was it Deadlands? Is the one that's you're playing poker throughout the whole thing. Space Kings, you're just you instead of dice, you're using a deck of cards. And it has its own unique mechanics, it looks like. So you're not necessarily, like, playing any particular type of card game. Well, aside from you're playing its system.
This would have been a useful voice last night. Beep, beep, beep,
What
beep,
the
beep.
hell?
Creepy doll voice.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
I like throwing creepy dolls at my players sometimes. It's fun.
That's
Play with
that
me,
has a much-
mommy.
it has a much different feel to it than the kawaii one. That's a different level of nope.
So, let's see.
Interesting.
Space King.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I guess so. It says that the outcome of an action is determined by drawing and revealing playing cards. You take an action that has some degree of difficulty or some potential to fail. The host asks you to flip a number of cards. Usually, numbers are represented by a sum of the attribute and a skill on the occasion, and a sum of 2 attributes. So it is kind of.
So why they beat
So it
me
does
up?
kind of work like dice.
I'm being torn apart by a walrus. That's not nice.
What?
I'm being torn apart by a walrus. That's not nice.
Where are you seeing that?
You posted the link.
What?
It's literally on the cover of the game you just posted.
Oh! I like how you attribute yourself specifically to that one and not any of the others.
Oh, like the one being shot in the eye?
I was actually about to point that out.
Or the one where I'm getting stepped on by the glam girl?
There's one on the back that kind of looks like he's dancing. You can't see that.
No, see the one. I see the one that's got his hands up to his face, like, oh no.
I'm holding the physical book,
Ah,
which apparently, yeah, it's a signed copy. I completely forgot it was.
neat.
Yep, Adam kickstarted it.
Wouldn't mind being stepped on.
So yeah, I feel like for that particular player, this might not necessarily be an answer because it sounds like it's still numbers based. So it wouldn't be that much different, really, from just rolling dice. If you could play poker, Deadlands might be better.
I still need to incorporate a poker game into my Western Call of Cthulhu game I'm making. Still trying to figure out how to do that one.
I want to hear more about Riley's Farrah game.
And we give them a deck with both low and high cards.
Well, part of the thing was he didn't want to be catered to. He didn't want the DM to have to go out of their way to help him succeed. Although, that would be a way of doing it, but the problem would be I don't know that he would agree to it.
What if their luck is so bad that it warps reality and they all become low cards?
I feel like it would literally have to be something either predominantly roleplay or like something where you can use skill. Oh, actually, I did see something. Saw somebody do a D&D game, but you had to do everything in real life.
Oh, screw that. I've had people try to suggest like that, but shit before. I was like, yeah, you're not going to fucking pick up a fucking stick and start beating me with it for combat. Get the fuck out.
No, he had. I didn't get to see a whole lot of. I haven't been able to watch the combat portion yet, but like seeing some of the stuff that he did for like some of the socials, like, he had different, kind of little things that you could do that weren't exactly doing that, but could be something physical enough, you know, or close enough that it could attribute. I need to watch more of it. I'll get back to you on that.
So it might turn to like a fucking Mr. Beast games. Like, if you can get through this gauntlet, you'll get a nat 20.
Nah, it didn't look like it was that hard. I'm trying to remember any of the things I did see him do. Sadly, most of it was talking, so.
Yeah.
Never turned.
Look, going back to Dread, I did think of a way that people that had like manual dexterity issues could play Dread. You just replace the tower with like, you know those games where you have to like kind of screw a peg in and you have to try not to pop the balloon.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that for people that have like manual dexterity issues. That way they don't have to try to balance Jenga, but you still have to worry about that damn balloon going to pop any fucking second.
I'm totally not looking up the video now because I want to know, because I don't remember what it was. Because he pulled something out for lockpicking. I want to know what it was.
Yep, music stopped. Let me restart that.
Those who want to know what I'm talking about.
Zach speaks giant.
His shorts are hilarious.
D&D meets Taskmaster.
Shush.
He does great readings.
D&D
From, like,
meets
Reddit stories and
Taskmaster. Oh
stuff.
no.
Now on and everything. You can't just like pick one thing. I feel like you have to change it up. Very much like what he did in this, but I'm trying really hard to find it.
But I like my clacky math rocks.
I know. Well, for that, like, if it's specifically for something like with that guy, he probably hates dice.
Probably, yeah. I didn't know some of that type of luck existed. My lord.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of that door monster skit about bad dice. We just like grabbed a fistful of them, rolled them, and they're all like that. One's like, how the hell? I'll have to find that video and send it to you later.
They literally played hide and seek for a stealth check.
Oh, God. To each their own.
Thinking about it, I think there could be a way to get around it. I'm thinking relating to like something like World of Darkness, where instead of rolling dice, or you roll, everyone rolls a set of dice for a check, for a skill roll. But if you fail that roll, you can spend quote unquote a skill point in that, and you don't have it for the rest of the session. That way you can succeed at it, but you might not. You might need that skill point later. That sort of thing.
I think I've seen something like that before.
I didn't pull it out of my. I'm not sure if I pulled it out of my ass or not. I think I've heard of something like that before too, but I don't remember where either. But that would be that would be a thing like, okay, you get these amount of points that are auto successes, then that will represent your skills, expertise, in that particular skill. But so now you won't have them later.
I feel like I've seen that somewhere before. I feel like it must have been just like a really, really long time ago.
Yeah, I don't remember either. I feel like that would be a mechanic somewhere.
Yeah.
I can't remember where though.
I'm gonna pull up some Reddit stories while I wait for someone else to come up with another question if y'all want.
Sure.
This one looked like it would be interesting. I haven't read through all of it yet, but I like the title.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad.
So, this one is, why can't I play a psychopath? Game is Cyberpunk Red. I still want to play the game. I just gotta do a lot of work on the guns, and I just haven't gotten around to it because you have to have the guns. We'd played maybe 4 sessions of this tense, atmospheric thriller game. In Cyberpunk, all the players are basically low-lives working to make ends meet in a dark dystopian corporate hell. This was an online table for regular players, 2 GMs, myself included. I mentioned the game online, and I get a message from someone asking about it. Hey, mind if I join your game? We'll call him Rick. And he seemed polite enough, said he'd played the game for several years and was familiar with the system and setting. I've been looking for a good TTRPG group for a while, and the time slot fit his schedule. We liked his enthusiasm and figured, why not? A new voice could add energy, maybe a new narrative element. We welcomed him in. Red flag number 1. Rick submitted a very specific and unusual character, something like an online gamer girl who wore cat ears and a tail on her stream, and her avatar who had been used and absurd, and abused by the megacorps for her image, and now she has old news they threw her to the curb. So it's kind of like one of their danger girls, because they would wear cat ears too. They'd even surgically grafted the ears and tails onto her. Unconventional, but dystopian, so sure. I approved the sheet and even started integrating his character concept into their world's larger narrative. Eve has something to say.
I'm just making confused noises. Ignore me.
Let's see. This could get interesting if they meet a fan, or the corporation decides they want to use the branding again without her. But right before our first session, he messaged again, hey, I made some changes. Some was an understatement. He'd completely overhauled the character. Different stats, new abilities, different gear, the works. The only thing that stayed the same was the ears, tail, and backstory. No time to review it, we rolled with it. To his credit, session 1 went great. Heavily judging this player. Evil, remember this. Rick's character, Vera, played a bit like a lone wolf at times, not really following the plan the group had all agreed on, but they still completed the mission thanks to Vera's skills in infiltration and her gadgets. My players are happy to let someone else have the spotlight, and they gave him space to shine. He helped solve the mystery, even dealt the killing blow to the big bad at the end of the mission. We wrapped feeling good. Promising start. Red flag number 2. The party was tracking a rival group of edge runners into a shopping mall. They didn't know who to trust, and they were expecting some corp trouble. While they are surveilling together, Vera snuck off away from the group. When she came back, the other player asked where she went. All she said was, don't worry about it. The other PC pressed, Vera, nowhere. So, she was hiding something. The PC's on edge now, but they get back to surveillance. Then the twist. One of the rival group NPCs seemed to recognize his character. Oh, hey, I'm a huge fan. Are you Kitty Girl? Her online personality with cat ears and tail. Really? That's what you called Kitty Girl? Anyway, Vera, yeah, I am. Awesome. I'm so glad you're streaming again. Can I get an autograph? Sure. Rival leaves, amazed they met their favorite vlogger, who hadn't uploaded in years, apparently started uploading again recently, unbeknownst to Vera. A standoff erupted in character. The party, feeling blindsided, demanded answers. Vera didn't have any. They want to know if she's compromised the mission by streaming the mission online. They want to know who she really is and who her online persona is. They say if she intends to stay in the shadows, she should burn her old identity and probably her new one, if she's just been found out by this rival crew. The player got upset. I paid a lot of money for this fake ID. I'm not just going to get rid of it. Tension rising. One player is threatening violence if they don't get a straight answer. Another has their weapon already ready if needed. It was all in character, cinematic, intense, grounded in the fiction. Then Rick left the game. No warning, no message, just quit mid-session and dropped from the Discord server. Later, he messaged me. Everyone was being mean to me for no reason. They pulled guns on me and threatened to kill me, and told me that I had to burn my ID. You're all jackasses. The other players were surprised, confused. They apologized even, where they'd crossed the line. Eventually, Rick, my co-GM, and I had a chat, and he asked to come back. I left it to a party vote. Unanimous. Let's give him another shot. They all agreed to make new characters that will get along better. Red flag number 3. Rick and I worked together on their new character. I suggest maybe reach out to another player and collaborate on character creation. Make someone a little more straightforward, and he pitched Antonia Dreykov, and we built quite a bit of a backstory. A former gang member who had it out for the corporations and the corrupt police. It was a compelling idea. I wove it into the world, prepped NPC connections, rewrote a few threads. It was already pretty late, so I went to bed and let Rick build the character sheet for the concept we worked on together. But when Rick went over the character sheet, it was, again, different. Instead of the poor gang member, he built a corporate assassin with no emotional capacity. Specifically, traits that made them a cold, unfeeling psychopath. No remorse, no limits, who felt nothing when they killed. In fact, they were like ants beneath his boot. Why should he care for ants? When I asked about the disconnect, he said, I like this character more. I suggested we tweak the backstory, given his new character is completely different from the one that had been for the other one, to better integrate with the other characters who might not want to rely and trust on a full-on psychopath once they show their true colors. Maybe we can give them a reason to struggle with their psychopathy. A redemptive thread. Maybe ask the other PCs for help. Something to explore. Rick replied with, okay, but can that backstory qualify me for this one trait to get more cybernetics? I told him maybe we just stick to what you have, the game was starting soon. Nope, Rick quit the game again, this time permanently. His final message, you're all mean and bullies. Fighting back, the players were very generous. They gave him the spotlight, I wrote parts of the world for him. They voted to give him another chance after a walkout and being insulted as players. The players were patient, empathetic, and open to roleplay through tension. But it became clear he didn't want to tell a story with us. He wanted to play by himself with the other players as NPCs. He never spoken to any of the other players, just me. He didn't want to speak to the other GM, just me. He didn't want to collaborate or compromise. Nobody's the villain in their own story, but sometimes you meet someone who can't see the forest through the trees, and sometimes they burn the woods down before they're willing to share the path. Tickled. So, just sinus tickles.
Once again, we come to a player who's just not communicating.
And
That's why
wants
session
to
0.
be the hero.
Yeah. It's fine if you want to be the hero, just understand that everyone else wants to be there too and get their spotlight.
Yep, main character syndrome.
Yep.
Yep, it boils down to really.
It's sad. I'm just like, I don't understand why. Just so many of these. It's like, why don't you go find a single player campaign then? Because they do exist. You know, a one-on-one. Also, solo play is a thing.
Yep.
Or, just go play Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah, say video games.
Video games.
Oh god. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3. If you want to go more D&D-esque. I think the other one that had a major hero complex was a D&D game, I think.
Yeah. This person also couldn't differentiate between in-character and out-of-character, apparently.
Yep.
This comment, I guess, kind of explains their feels on it. As confrontation with the streamer was more inter-character conflict than a lot of tables allow, in my group it probably would have been accompanied by some out-of-character conversation of very different tone, hashing out what you wanted the resolution to be. We have
Session 0.
we have separate in-character and out-of-character channels, but that really only works well because we prefer to play via text rather than voice. It's a lot harder to handle that kind of separation on a voice channel. I can understand someone not used to playing in games with a lot of conflict between characters not handling that situation well. I'm a bit surprised to see it in a Cyberpunk player, since it feels like a genre where this would come up more often. All that and Vampire. But you can have long experience with one group and not much diverse experience. I'd be generous as a BD. I'd be generous AABD. What? Call that a bad fit and awkward conflict resolution skills. Constantly changing your character last minute is a clear bad player thing to me. It may not be as disruptive to the game, but it's just inconsiderate and disruptive. The power of gaming also went fly with many GMs. It's like, yeah, in certain settings, you kind of expect it to be like inter-party conflict, especially like in World of Darkness games, especially Vampire, because they're backstabbers. That's what they do. That'd be like joining a game where everyone's playing Skaven and then being surprised that one was trying to kill you.
Yep.
Like, hello?
But again, Session 0.
Or just at least understand the game.
Uh-huh. Or that, yeah, really.
Baldur's Gate is a bully, doesn't let me play Streamer Kitty.
Me trying to wrap around what the hell you meant by Streamer Kitty, completely made me forget the next thing I was gonna say.
That's another thing. Why the hell would you name your quote-unquote persona Kitty Girl? Really? You couldn't come up with anything more iconic than that? Just Kitty Girl, really? Come on.
Couldn't even get to Neko-chan.
Right?
Going back a little bit though, I did think of a character once for a Shadowrun game that was a spec'd out as like covert operative, so like, you know, disguises and everything else like that. But the backstory was a former child star
Oh.
that got burned by Ares.
Oh, no.
Oh,
It's like you grew up, you didn't transition into a more age-appropriate role, so bye.
Like, yeah, dude.
I think the Shadowrun character was my tube cat. It was a civet.
I had one player in Shadowrun that was basically rescued from a Benraku parlor and became a runner based on that. Oh, yeah, so they had to... That got bad for them with their trauma. But it made an interesting character.
I bet.
For those who don't know what a Bunraku parlor is,
Maybe don't look it up.
okay, you're gonna stop me? Okay.
I'll give people a second to mute themselves before you go into it. Let's just say
Alright.
that's,
Warning,
there are
potential
triggers.
trigger warning. Trigger warning. Mute yourself for like 1 or 2 minutes. Something.
I'll type in stream when I'm done.
There
That
you
works.
go. That works better.
So here's your warning. I'm gonna count down to 10 and then describe it Bunraku
There you go.
parlor. And then I will say it's description over and you can come back. All right, here we go. Here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I love that.
Okay. A Bunraku parlor in Shadowrun is effectively a brothel. However, all of the girls are programmed. They have SimSense implants that can give them different programmed personalities in addition to things like costumings and sexual services. It's that creepy.
And also keep in
So,
mind
a
that
person-
these girls are not willing participants. They're enslaved.
Correct.
Hey, ads started.
Gratuitous.
Which I think means the only one hearing this is Alex.
I will repeat it. A Bunraku parlor is a brothel with sex slaves, actual slaves, that have SimSense implants in their brain to give them different personalities for their clients. Basically, they have a menu of services and costumes and personalities. It's as fucked up as you think it is.
Oh wow, that was really fast. It's still going
Mostly
for me. That's
run
kinda
by
weird.
the Yakuza, I believe. Yeah, I think the Yakuza are
Well,
big into
Darkness
those.
has a version.
5,
Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ad should be ending.
Wee. Mac heard it.
Yeah, it was only a 15-second ad for me too. So.
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
All right.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, Ward of
So-
Darkness just uses magic instead of cybernetics.
All right.
Okay, go.
We got there.
Wee. Messed up shit.
Yep. Yeah, 'cause-
My players had to rescue someone from one once. They just drove a truck through the back wall.
Mine threw a brick in the window.
I had a decker that was supposed to hijack some cargo and found out the cargo was a bunch of Young's people that were en route to a Benraku parlor. I was like, okay, no, we're torching everything here. Hey, kids, you want to be adopted by somebody that's not me? Let me find some people I trust.
Yeah. Yep.
Repo code? What? Let's see. Let me find another little story. That's right.
Oh, wait.
That one like.
Guy, did you have another question? I forgot. 'Cause I thought you said something about typing something. Or anybody else.
What in the hell is this?
Ah, you had it covered.
You have to DM a
Nani?
group of 4 people.
Morty!
Oh,
Hey,
Hey.
hello. How are you?
How's it going?
I am very, very tired, but I'm here.
Yay.
Why didn't my music stop? There we go. Music's back on now.
The holy music. I was about to say the holy music stops when I show up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this question was, how about the question? You have to DM a group of 4 people. All of them want to play as an artillery team hauling a big-ass gun through hell. How do you make the game fun? These players unique and challenging in multiple different ways. I don't run that game.
That sounds like turning change together into a tabletop RPG.
And that just sounds like that's going to be frustrating for everyone involved.
Sounds like it'd be like a lot of skill checks.
Yeah.
yeah.
Just, yeah, that's. I'm just showing up, and this is. My brain just exploded.
I feel like it depends largely on the system.
I mean, you can call me a quitter all you
Like-
like, Joe. It's just like that doesn't sound like it'd be of any interest to anybody for me. At least not my players or me. I mean, going through hell, there's a lot of fun that we done with that. Now, if you put like, oh, I don't know, like Mad Max, like Descent into the Verse did, but just carrying a big gun and they're all playing the same type of characters, like, eh?
I'm struggling to remember. Like, I feel like maybe Star Wars, but it's like a hard maybe. It's been so long since I've played, and I only played Saga Edition. I'm just like, I don't know.
Honestly, if we're going to do this, might as well go all in. We're doing Fatal.
I
Oh
knew
god,
you
I
were
knew
going to say
that was
that.
coming.
How do you make it interesting? Put it in Fatal. There we go. Problem solved.
No, we said interesting, not traumatic.
Okay.
Someone's about to get force choked.
Okay. Something like Tavern Tales. How I would probably do it.
Yeah,
Something
probably.
where it's more dependent on the telling the story. Maybe have them like make a few like skill-ish base rolls here and there, but predominantly it's going to be like
Oh no.
challenging them to help you, the DM, make a story like around that.
I
That's also a
recommend
big
you
part of
not
Tavern
do
Tales,
that.
collaborative storytelling.
Sorry, Eve. Die. Don't do it.
Don't do it, Die. Even I'm telling you, don't do it.
It's
Okay.
not worth it, man.
Let me put it this
Not worth
way,
it, friend.
Die.
Don't do it.
That book is 950 something pages long, and a lot of it is discussing how to figure out the circumference of your anus.
Yep.
And keep in mind that you can play a literal child in this, and that rule still applies to figuring out the depth and girth of their fucking orifices. You don't want that book.
No, we use
That
it as a joke,
is a
and
j-
only a joke.
Yes, exactly.
It is one of, honestly, probably one of the more complex systems out there, and not in a good way.
No.
Yeah, no. I said no.
It is a big old nope.
Not worth it. It's not worth it at all. There you go. Oh, thank goodness we convinced them.
I make it a joke. That's it every time.
Max an average joke. Mac.
He's not wrong. He's
I
not
know,
wrong.
that just... I know that means he's looked at it.
The only thing I can think of that would probably make that sort of game even remotely interesting is World War One. That sort of situation
Yeah.
where you're constantly being shelled, death is literally any moment away, trench warfare type of thing. That's
Like, I'm
literally the only
Yeah.
way I can think of making that even remotely palatable.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think, and my brain is not coming up with anything that could like particularly work very well for that.
Yeah, I only mentioned Tavern Tales because also... I don't know if it's, like, meant to be played that way, but, like, my friends and I, we always make it, like, ridiculously goofy. So, which is another way of doing it.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of ways to make teamwork fun. I mean, dragging a gun through hell, I'm not sure about, though. I mean,
Yeah.
almost every TTRPG is teamwork. What do you mean?
Like the closest I can come up with off the top of my head, if you want to stick to D&D, there is a third-party book called where is it?
Yeah, there's
I
always
have-
third-party homebrew.
Yep, exactly. Oh my God, where is this damn book?
In real life teamwork, so do it for real. Like I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, just fucking LARP it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryoko's Guide to the Yokai Realms. There you go.
Oh,
That one has team attacks and stuff like that, so
nice.
it's heavily based off of Sekiro as well, so
Yeah, because
Nice.
I mean, pretty much any TTRPG is going to involve
Yeah.
teamwork. So it's like it being fun is more on the players than the DM. It's like taking
Yeah.
time to discuss tactics instead of just winging it and doing your own thing on your turn. Like discuss tactics.
Yeah.
Yep. A lot of the planning and Shadowrun and games like it, that's all teamwork as well. It's discussing who's going to do what and when.
Yeah, because every
yeah.
character is literally generally specialized in a field, and they try to merge together. Like you got the decker, you got the rigger. Sometimes they combine. You got the samurai. You got the fucking other specialists. All sorts of fun things you get in those games.
oh, without doubt.
But like Cyberpunk, Shadowrun, again, there's the entire legwork sections you got to do. In Hunter the Reckoning, again, legwork where you're doing a lot of research and everyone's trying to come up with a plan on how to hunt this thing. Vampires, you're working together because you have to, even though you would rather probably just eat them, which makes it into an interesting little system sometimes. Because do I betray you now or later? I might need you alive right now. Werewolves, I assume
Battery
they've
is
got something
illegal in
similar.
a cam.
I am always of the
Only if caught.
yeah, I am always of the camp of I will fucking eat you. Even better when you can just scream at them, bitch, I eat people.
I would absolutely say having a diverse party is required for TTRPGs.
It
Yeah.
definitely
Oh,
works
it-
best that way, usually.
It does.
Yep.
Like my current D&D party, we have a warlock, we have a paladin, we have a illusion wizard, we have a barbarian, and I'm trying to remember off the top of my head everybody because it's been a couple days and we took out 2 Balgaroas at level 4, so fuck me. Oh, and we have a rogue, a psychic rogue at that.
Now, that's why a lot of the times I don't get to play what I want to play. I have to play with the support character of some sort. Because nobody wants to play the support. That's why I'm always the healer in MMOs.
Ain't that a mood?
Yep, tell me about it. Like our only healer is literally the fucking paladin. We're playing with 2024 rules, so we have the we do have our barbarian is the world tree one. So it's like having a Twilight cleric but with rage.
Oh god, I hate Twilight Cleric so much. And no, not because of the name.
It's actually just kind of fun though because of the fact that he yes, he gives us temporary HP every round, but at the same time, it's only like if they're like close to him, and it's based off of his rage.
That was one of the reasons why Tasha's Cauldron and Everything was a very hit or miss book with me. It's like some of the things were cool. Like the only thing they did well was the
Helping the ranger.
not even that. That just kind of pissed me off. Shit. What was it? Artificer. That was it. Artificer. The only thing good that was Artificer. The rest either felt like they were incredibly underpowered or way too overpowered. Like the Twilight Cleric domain. Let's just take all the things we like about all the other clerics and smoosh them into one domain and make it broken as fuck. Pick a lane. Are you a war cleric? Are you a life cleric? What are you? Because you took literally everything here. It just
The answer is yes.
which is why I was banned at my tables. It's like, nah, that literally just took a shit on all the other domains. And there was one, I think it was called like a Gloom Rogue or something, which looked really cool on.
Gloomstalker?
Yeah, that one looked.
Stalker.
It was really cool on paper. In practice, it is so grossly underpowered. It's not even funny. It's like, well, I wouldn't recommend you playing this because you're going to be struggling because they didn't do enough with this one.
I
It's like-
will say that I've seen some nastiness combining that with rogue though.
I thought that was a rogue one.
No, Gloomstalker's a ranger.
I must be thinking of a different class then. But basically, they kind of like would get spears to assist them from people they've stabbed or something.
Oh, you're talking about the reborn rogue or whatever it's called. I'm trying to remember.
Oh yeah, then there was the Circle of Spores. That became a villain class, because, duh. That reads like a villain class.
Look. I like my mushrooms, okay?
I was about to say, what's wrong with mushrooms?
The fact that you're making an army of the undead, like, the other villain archetypes too?
They're just mushrooms. Don't worry about
First
it.
and foremost, I'm just raising a family here, thank you.
Also that.
And secondly, enchantment is still far more evil.
It's just a backup healer. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Necromancy is the healing that got there too late.
Yeah. Don't worry
Let's
about it.
see. Phantom, that was the one.
There we go. Yeah.
It's literally called
'Cause I saw
Phantom, and it
somebody-
was just so underpowered. It's like, really? That's all you got with this?
Yeah, they did some reworking of it in 2024, but not enough. I think it's still kind of a little underpowered.
And then of course, what they did with the Rangers, let's just turn them into spirits. Huh?
¿Por qué?
Porque no?
But in all seriousness, there's some interesting classes, and then there's some that are just like horrible.
Yeah.
But I will stand by the I'll absolutely stand by Spore Druid being good, just due to the fact that they as I said, they can help you raise a family.
Now, what was that one barbarian subclass that just felt like a fucking... They just got a Care Bear stare. That was some fucking weird shit there.
What?
Do you know what the Care Bear stare is?
I absolutely
I-
do.
Yeah,
I know what it is.
can't remember what it's called, though.
I'm trying to think of which one you're talking about.
At first, I thought it was the barbarian wild surge one, but not what him. But one of the fucking subclasses that barbarians got was basically just like they shot a magic beam out of their fucking belly button, basically. It's like, are you seriously just made a barbarian that could do the fucking Care Bear stare? Really? I'll never get that image out of my head.
Because the only one that I can think of that does that is the fucking beast.
That might have been it.
Let's see. Let me just. No, that's Xanathar's. I was looking at Storm Arrow real quick. Yeah, I think it's Beast. Or not Beast, fucking. Wild Magic is also Tasha's, yeah. Con save, 1d12 necrotic. Teleport at 30 feet. Summon a pixie.
Nice, Eve.
Wait.
Anyone who knows what that is, you're welcome.
So doesn't know what that
Head.
is. You need to be cultured.
Facts.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so
need to watch the animated version.
So yeah, it's literally the it's the 8 on the D8. A bolt of light shoots from your chest. Another creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you must succeed on a Constitution save, saving throw, or take 1d6 radiant damage, or be blinded until your next turn.
Oh my god!
I mean, just the fact that I could just picture the barbarian throwing down his axe, just hiking up his arms, and just doing a pelvic thrust, and just throwing his chest and belly out for that Care Bear stare at the enemy.
Oh, okay. Now I just need to see that, but with skeletal pirates, because if any of y'all like Ailstorm, the party music video has him doing that with a cannon.
Oh.
Pelvic thrust the cannon to fire it.
10 brain cells that are here. So, hear me out. Maybe Ken shouldn't buy another dot of perception, and instead... Because I'm 90% positive there's a gift that basically does that.
Oh, God.
Maybe
I
not
wouldn't
necessarily
doubt it.
from your chest, but,
Ayo.
God damn it. I guess you could just, like, strap the Helio shard onto Ken's chest. Anyway,
No, you can't just leave it there and not explain.
I don't need to explain.
I know, I just wanted to say that.
I know. Oh, good.
Now, let's add you to the title, Morden. There we go.
But you have to do that.
Quiet perception. Oh. Yeah, if you want that gift, yeah. 'Cause otherwise you have 2 dice for it.
Oh, dear. So...
We're gonna make Morden answer the earlier questions.
Oh, yeah, I suppose we
figured
should.
as much.
Oh, well,
Yes, I've
the
been playing
original
Dark Souls.
question.
I am almost finished with it. I don't know what to do with my life now.
The original question was like, have you ever had a one-shot that connected to an overarching campaign? And when I say that, I don't mean like a one-shot that just becomes a bigger campaign, but something that's completely unconnected at first, but just your another group of characters comes and go, oh wait, I recognize this. Like for example, with my Call of Cthulhu one, the one-shot would be basically a murder mystery whodunit. Someone's being possessed by the spirit of a witch who's making them kill all the other players. And they can either all get away, kill the person that's been possessed, or that person just gets committed to an asylum because they killed everyone. Let's see. And however that ends, you have the full campaign going down the line, and they visit this mansion later for whatever reason, either investigating things in the area. They sit down to dinner, and their host is picking up a butcher's knife and starts carving the turkey before he kind of stops and looks at the knife, and then everyone goes, wait a minute, this map looks kind of familiar. Oh, fuck, this map looks fucking familiar.
Shit, here we go again.
Right.
I can't say that I have, but at the same time, the closest I think I've come to that in memory, there's a group that I was listening to called the Inglorious Bards. And during their first Pathfinder campaign, one of the characters gets lost flying through various dimensions and basically appears in in the settings of almost every single one of their past campaigns. It was actually the catalyst for a couple of things that happened in like the first D&D campaign they had, as well as helped save a couple of the characters that died in their, I think it was Starfinder campaign.
Okay.
Interestingly enough as well, that first Starfinder campaign they did lasted 12 episodes.
Huh.
Yeah. They were all basically killed after like 12 episodes because they missed a very big threat that was on the horizon while focusing way too hard on the other thing that was going on.
Whoops.
Whoopsie. Yeah, I love when they miss the obvious clues.
Like, there's this mob boss thing going on, but at the same time, yeah, you're on this world that's got a shield, and every day it seems to be getting darker and darker. Oh, it's basically the Tyranids coming in.
Oh, fuck. That's not good.
Oh.
So one of the other questions was... That was from Die. I've been watching the Critical Roles, as everyone I've ever heard about seems to love it. Admittedly, I am only 9 hours in, but why does everyone want to be Matt Mercer so bad? He's really like one of the best GMs in the world.
He's very good at, like, describing things, but at the same time, while I appreciate Critical Role and everything that it's done for, live play, streams and videos and everything like that, there's times where it's way too much chaos going on because of everybody that's there. So, but yeah, I can basically see, like, he plans very meticulously. He's got good, he has very good scriptive talent, and he's a voice actor, so he's not just doing the same voices over and over.
Yep.
But at the same time, I've got other DMs that I like a lot more, honestly.
And that is fair. I mean, a lot of us certainly do like what he does, and I've certainly tried to take some inspiration from him and tried to do what I can. Not to the extent that he goes, mind you, but it is not. It's fine to take inspiration from someone and do stuff that I try even what you like that they do, as long as you don't try to like completely rip off someone else's stuff or kill yourself doing it.
Exactly. Just do the best you can as you. Take inspiration, but don't make it your identity.
Yeah, don't try to hold yourself to that pedestal. And if one of your players tries to do that, bitch slap them. We'll skip this question and go to this one. Have you ever tried to make your own TTRPG?
No, I have not. I want to at some point, but that's going to require a lot more time and money that I have available right now.
Let's see. You came in on that hypothetical question, so let's switch over to Laninia's question that she had.
Nina, hello.
Which was, how do you tackle the situation where it's very much one player, one character carrying the entire team, or one player putting through the campaign? Why does the music keep stopping here? Why did this playlist get so fucking short? Because I didn't scroll up high enough. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I was just going to joke that it got cold or whatever. I will see myself out.
Lol.
No, you just got here.
Also, I agree with Eve. Those were good questions. Those are good questions.
Uh,
Because you do hear a lot about the Matt Mercer effect, and it's one of those things that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, where even he himself came out and said, please stop.
Yes.
We got ads about to start in a minute.
Because if you don't stop, he's going to have his wife box you.
And she's dwong.
Yeah.
I heard that one. That's funny.
Look, what's... I don't think he actually has ever threatened that, but the group that I follow most religiously, one of the players has jokingly said, it's been like, mostly because someone who's in their chat consistently these days actually works with Critical Role and knows Matt and Marisha, and is like, I can set up a boxing match with y'all if you really want.
Hell, Ryan was about to learn that the hard way one day, I swear. She was not putting up with him that one day.
But the funny part is the fact that they're constantly like, okay, so we're gonna put the voice actor / player to be the one who's fighting Marisha. And then the two DMs can just watch as she beats the crap out of him.
Lol. That'd be a show.
Which, by the way, if you so the voice actor in question is named Edward Bosco. If you don't know who that is, he was the pilot episode voice for Alistair in Hazbin Hotel. And if you play a lot of different video games, he's in a lot of those. He's the icon of Sin in Doom Eternal, as well as all the Marauders in that. He's also all the Lycans in Resident Evil 8.
Neat.
And the other questions that I asked you were already here for, like the diverse party. And we're in ads.
Oh no.
Ad hell, no.
Give me monies, Bezos.
I forgot about the diverse party one. Frick.
Well, he
Add
was
some-
already here for that one, so.
I know. Well, I was saying that was also a good question.
Ah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not so much that
Like,
I don't like the questions, I don't really like the attitude after them.
I will say, sometimes if you don't have a diverse party, sometimes, like right now, my fucking warlock is an off healer because of taking magic initiate.
Well, I mean, the fact I've encouraged the Ken brain cells, be like, maybe you guys should find someone to teach Ruff Mother's Touch. Because after he got bit by Bittaker, they quickly realized like not having any means of magical healing in the World of Darkness system sucks.
I can imagine.
I think he still has that ag on him. Oh, wait, no, it's been a week, so he might have healed like when? Wait, no, it's one a day, I think, for shifters. So I think he's good now. But still, it's still rough.
Blood mending time.
Yep.
And I think that's all the questions caught upon.
You like our squishy bird. I think it's absolutely hilarious. He's so swole. But, like, anything nicks him. You quickly realize having 1 stamina is not great.
Yeah. I could see that being an issue.
Yeah, a little bit.
One of my favorite things I've ever seen was someone who actually dumped Constitution as their, or used Constitution as a dump stat.
Mm-hmm.
And he would just like when he would actually get hit, he just tells everyone at the party, "Hey, watch this." He takes off the HP and just watches him go almost close to death every time.
Adam's played that kind of character so many goddamn times, it's not even funny. There was one that just, like, kept getting... Like, he was fine unless he got hit by poison for some reason. In which case, he could never succeed the save against poison. Ever.
What if I was killing Mercure, you monster?
I'm trying to not to laugh at the fact that I finally passed a fucking wisdom save. I have a +5 for my wisdom save as my warlock, and I kept low rolling every fucking time until the most recent session.
I haven't gotten to play a wizard in so long, it's sad.
No.
Everyone wants to be the damage dealer, so I always end up being either the tank or the support character, because, like, we're going to die if someone doesn't go cleric, guys.
Yeah.
I know you're fucking
I'll be
dice
the
rolls,
cleric.
right? I haven't gotten to be a fucking wizard in so long. Considering I rarely get to play, that's a long time.
You just go druid, so then that way you can go into animal form, and then you can come out of animal form and then heal them.
Yeah, then
You
waste a
just throw
shit for the
good
day.
berries at them and be like, if you eat these when you need them.
Yeah.
Unless of course you're playing Vampire the Masquerade, then it's okay. I'll be the Tremere.
Well, like I said, for werewolf, Mother's Touch.
Yeah. Fine, I'll be the Theurge.
Ruff's a Theurge.
Just don't be the
I don't know why he
celebrity.
doesn't
Everyone wants
have
to eat
Mother's
them.
Touch. Actually, I do know why, because he's a glasswalker. But
Yeah, that'd do it.
yeah, I've told them. It's like, maybe you should, like, actively seek out someone to teach him.
I mean, I'm sure there are some groups that can pull off the list diversity. None of my groups have ever been able to pull it off because they all die.
Yeah, that's also the thing. Like, it does largely depend on your player's experience, too. Because, like, veteran players can probably pull it off.
I will also say, just because somebody's playing a cleric doesn't mean they're going to heal you.
That's also very true.
I'm I'm highly referencing once again because it's been here. Critical Role, because you have had a fucking cleric who was like, oh, I could heal, but I could also do anything else.
No, I got one better.
Grave Domain Cleric.
Anybody heard of Jacques the Whipper?
Yes.
Have you seen whenever he went to that it was a bar that actually has a live like D&D show that they do where they play D&D live on stage in this bar?
I
He
have
was there as a
not.
guest. Well, yeah, apparently he's there and he gets dropped and the other two PCs go through this whole like thing, like the paladin's like holding Jacques in his arms as he lay dying.
Wait, that was Jacques that did that? I did not recognize him in
that was
that
Jacques.
costume.
Yes, that was Jacques.
I did not
And
recognize
then
him.
like all of was it all of like a scene or two later, like totally different scene, the paladin looks at the other character and goes, "We made a terrible mistake. I had lay on hands."
And his ghost just sitting there with his hands on his hips going, really?
Yeah, he's just like standing there because he's been roaming around the stage the entire time, just doing ghost things, just being bored. And then yeah, they say that, and he stands like right next to them, and he's just shaking his head, hands on his hips. It was very good. Yeah, that was Jacques.
That's hilarious.
It's so good.
I will have to investigate this now because that's not something I've seen.
Let me see if I can find it for you. Oh god.
Please do.
Oh gosh. So yeah, just because I can doesn't mean they will heal you.
As soon as they forget they can do that shit.
Yeah. Oh, it's so.
Whereas I was gotten to the point where I would play Grave Domain Clerics. I'd be like, man, just walk it off, throw some dirt on it, you'll be alright. No one got a healing spell until they went unconscious, because I got to heal for max at that point.
Yep, you have to go down so I can get you back up without having to roll.
I mean, unless it was like critical and their turn was coming up and we needed them to do something on their turn, I'd just let them fall.
Having been played a paladin for quite a while in one game, I can say the having to take your whole action to put on that heal, it's kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Action economy is terrible.
Yeah, these. It didn't used to be that bad, I don't think. But for whatever reason, in 5th edition, it became king. And if you did not manipulate that action economy in your advantage, you were going to be in a world of hurt. That's why so many boss battles feel so underwhelming. It's like, okay, and it's dead. All right. Like if you don't like buff it or something, or give them something that's way out of their league. Like they'll just literally have more actions than it does and kill it.
Yeah, we were helping a DM playtest the fight against Tiamat at the end of Tyranny of Dragons. But he was like, he weakened it some because the party that he was going against had no magic users whatsoever. He didn't bother to tell us that part. Didn't bother to tell us that at all, by the way, so...
No magic at all?
Pretty much had to have a DMPC to do any magic whatsoever.
Was this an entire party of fighters?
I was saying, not even like going and getting like buying magic weapons.
Like they had magic weapons, obviously, but
okay, well, I mean that's slightly better.
So
but...
no bard, no sorcerer, wizard, cleric, druid, no magic casters at all.
None.
Not even a paladin? Oh my god.
Not even ranger, just no spell, nothing with spell slots?
At least nothing that I know of anyway, but
wow.
And basically it was like he dumbed down the fight some for them, and we were there to play test it, and we didn't know how far he had dropped it, considering the fact that I was able to we literally had we had magic users in there, and we had basically negated almost everything that she could have done to us in the first place
Wow.
with the preparation.
That's insane.
Good. I guess good on that DM. I'd have not done that. It's like, oh, you're gonna learn now. How'd you even get to that point with no magic? You had to fight numerous dragons by that point.
I could not tell you. As I
Like-
said, they
And demons.
Like magic items and shit tons of healing potions. Like that's the only way I could think.
and as I said, they had
He had been holding back so hard.
that's the only thing I
He
could think
gave
of.
his enemies fucking squeaky hammers as weapons. That's the only explanation.
He,
That's
as I,
insane.
and as I said, he also gave the like they had an NPC who was a cleric to help them out, keep them alive.
God damn.
Wow.
Oh, I completely missed what Di said. So, everyone playing Barbarian? You know how you get around not having a magic user in that group? One of them is a wild magic barbarian. It's fine.
Oh, just Care Bear stare.
Awesome, that. Oh, that's so good. One wild magic, one Care Bear stay.
Jesus.
Hell yeah.
I need to smoke on that one. He had to have nerfed that campaign so. I mean, this is the one of the few campaigns I know of where in the opening fucking scene, if you are incredibly unlucky, you're just dead. Because you're having to fight an adult blue fucking dragon at the start.
That's fair.
That sounds about right.
Fucking bitch.
It's like if you don't do the go and when you're going out trying to find survivors, and if you don't bring that fucking ballista back to shoot that fucker with, you're dead. That's all there is to it. In fact, I've been and played through that like 3 times, and every single time at least half the party wiped before we got lucky.
Jesus.
All it takes is one breath
Alright.
attack, and that's more damage than you have at level 1.
That's fair.
So he gave those enemies squeaky hammers. That's all. That's all that is.
Damn.
That's okay, little young adventurers. I won't use my breath weapon. I'll just go, a light little breeze. There you go. Which I would feel more insulted by personally, unless these players were literal children.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
they don't know if they've never played D&D before at all.
Like I'm pretty sure they had never. This was their first campaign, so
Yeah, that's the vibe
Like
I'm
that-
getting.
Maybe.
that's the only. Which is probably why they all chose martial classes.
Yep. Yeah, will that be the cool sword swisher people?
I don't want to be a fucking nerd. Hurt. This nerd can shape reality and make things go explode.
Fireball.
Yeah, just give them a fireball. Let them see what fireball does. They'll pick up wizard immediately.
Right? Oh my god, I always love
Well,
when a new
you-
player casts Fireball for the first time. It's always so much fun because they're going to hurt most of the party with it. Every time.
Look, my favorite one of my favorite campaigns when I first started, literally, our bard cast Shatter without recognizing that Tish and I were in the fucking square.
They drop shroud on you.
we got shattered.
They did the thing.
My character, by the way, was permanently scarred, and if thunder ever happened, it would just like
Oh.
freak out.
Shatter. I heard shadow for some reason.
No, shatter.
Her derp.
Uh,
I did have the unfortunateness of having a La Sombra that would love to drop shroud, regardless of who was nearby. And you know, couldn't fucking see through it.
Fine.
Oh, I mean, I guess that's more or less just my warlocks every time dropping darkness.
There you go. Yeah.
It's just fun that in a group of veteran players, then you got a new player has access to Fireball somehow, be it by a magic item or they finally unlock the spell. And you see the veteran players just give each other a knowing look. The healer looking through his spell slots, make sure he's got enough healing spells for what's about to happen. Everyone's just like bracing for it because they know it's going to happen. No one warns this player ever.
See, this is why if you're a new player, I highly recommend playing Wild Magic Sorcerer.
I was literally about to say, having played with a wild magic sorcerer, it got fireballed multiple fucking times.
Look,
That's not fun though, because that's not intentional fireballs.
Oh yeah, look in my other campaign that's currently on hold. I literally got a Wild Magic Surge for the first time with my character, and the DM had rolled before I asked if he wanted to roll or if he wanted me to roll. He apparently looked at the die and was like, "You should roll." and I got the one that turns me blue. And after the session, he got the fireball.
That is a very gracious DM. Adam was not that kind.
I always love the fact when you actually are measuring it out and the new player just goes, it's only 20 feet, and then you show them what radius means, and they go, it's like, yeah, bigger than you thought, buddy. You just hit the whole fucking party.
Yeah. My favorite thing about the being blue, though, is the fact that my character's a changeling.
And you could play Eiffel 55 whenever you wanted?
That, as well as but also the fact that I'm playing this as though it's not going to let them be not blue if they change forms either.
I'm so glad you got that reference.
Because yes. Look, somebody apparently took the fucking music and made a new song out of it recently, and I'm very upset by this.
Oh, you talking about I'm Good?
Yes.
Gross.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm feeling this.
I will say in defense of the
It's
Wild
not a
Magic
bad song, but it's not good either.
I'm good? No, you're not. Nah. We did have our Wild Magic Sorcerer one time, though. I don't remember what he was doing, but, I can't remember. I think he was using a lightning spell that he was he was casting it wild surged at the same time, and so while he was casting the lightning, did water spray. Which made it like twice as bad for the enemy that he was shooting at. It was good. It was very good.
Remember when wild magic used to be really, really dangerous?
Did I mention how many times he fucking fireballed us?
I want to point out as well that I keep trying to push the D1000 table on my DMs.
Use this. Why don't you just use this?
Use this the D1000 or the D10,000, please. I want
10,000?
Yes, there's a D10,000 table as well.
Dear God. I mean, if it's searchable, I fucking do it.
I still remember trying to cast the spell Sleep and a gate opens up.
What reason did they... what?
One time I was getting to play a wild magic sorcerer, and there was some enemies around the corner. We scouted out. I was going to kind of like throw a sleep spell down there, and surge. And behind me is a gate opening up, and I'm like, oh, that's not good. That's never good when that spell's going off.
Oh, I think we've had that happen before too. Oh, we did that one, and like we accidentally got a unicorn a couple of times.
I got a fucking pit fiend.
We had a druid, so the druid just talked to the unicorn, and we ended up actually being pretty chill with it. It was the same unicorn each time, so we're just like, oh hey, how's it go? Sorry for just popping you here again.
Look, if you can help, we need some healing.
I think we actually needed information. It was actually able to help us. I think we needed like information
You know
about the
what?
Feywilds or
Sure,
something. I
sure,
don't
why the hell
remember.
not?
Yeah, it's like this works. But yeah, it is not a show of true friendship. Dropping a whale on your friends.
You give one
Is
person
it followed
cuss
by
spell
it?
fuzzies.
My question is it being followed by a pot of petunias?
I was about to make that joke.
It
God
should.
damn it.
It should.
Now,
That
the
feels
real-
like a requirement.
Not again.
Why are y'all in my brain? Get out.
Because we have to share the brain cell at least once a day.
Apparently, that seems like what it's becoming.
Yeah.
God
Not to
fucking
make-
damn it.
Not to mention, I was on Peter Explains a Joke, and that was one of the ones that was there at one point.
What was the name of the
Of course.
engine again?
What was that?
What was the name of the engine again?
Oh God.
I definitely won't remember. Don't ask me.
Shit. Ah, well.
Infinite Improbability Drive.
That's it, thank you. You know how the movie, the book, the TV show, and how they're all different?
Mm-hmm.
They all point to that being the reason.
Yep, and I appreciate them for doing that.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's not like they try to make the excuse like Wheel of Time did with it's a different turning of the wheel. No, it's not. You're just putting all the shit you want in there.
God damn it. They seriously did that.
Pretty much.
That doesn't even make sense in that context. What?
Yeah, no, that's
No,
stupid.
the dragon could be a woman.
Alright, well, I'm never touching that. I never intended
I'm
to,
sorry. What?
I mean, it's been, yeah. Look, it's been canceled. Don't worry about it.
but good.
That completely ruins the entirety lore of that guy built. What?
Also,
Men
Moraine
couldn't
was the one
channel very well because they'd go fucking insane.
and then Moraine's the one who beat Ishmael in at the end of the first book, apparently, according to them.
God.
It's been, thankfully, it's kind of, I feel like it's kind of a good thing. It's been so long. I don't remember hardly anything about it since I read the book.
Also, they killed. Apparently, they killed Loyal in the last season.
Ooh.
The ogre.
Yeah. Oh dear.
You know, the one who wrote the fucking series in World.
Oh my God.
That's a choice.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a good swan. So there's that too.
I don't remember which one was. It's just
The former Amerlin. That's all you need to know.
like, so why do they want the woman, the dragon, to be a woman? They want her to be battling with insanity and not trying to give in to madness and destroy everything. You know, like the last dragon did.
No, because they fucking had a hard on for Egwene and made her do a lot of the stuff that Rand did in the first couple of books.
What the hell?
But I'm done. I'm done with my rant on that.
Right. I'm going
that's
to
fair.
get a drink and grab women are easier on the CGI team. I guess. BRB. Actually, wouldn't they be harder because they've got more curves?
I
Anyways,
think, yep, I'm not explaining it. I'll be right back.
Hmm.
Because Sacre Blue? I don't know. I'm glad you appreciated that.
I sure as fuck did.
No,
As I said, the real question is, why aren't you French?
habla francés. Oh, man.
Now, I will freely admit, I have had thoughts about ways to do like Wheel of Time in like various TTRPGs because they have yet to do a good one for us.
That'd be fun. Get drinking in Montreal.
Not so bad.
Look,
I don't think I can remember another time when I've seen Mac do all caps. Damn.
Look, I kind of want to go to Canada now and stay, but they don't think my job is an actual job for me to
Well-
go there.
Canada hates me, so. Nostril. My hatred is purely theater.
Meanwhile, I just fear Australia in general.
I missed Lore saying the same goddamn thing. Get out of my fucking head.
God damn it.
God damn it. I don't know if you can actually hear us right now.
I have no idea. Look, just have a D&D or have a campaign based in fucking
Oh, okay, you can. God damn it.
all right.
Based in Montreal?
Well, I was thinking Australia, but that'll work too.
Is
Look, technically, if we do Montreal, we could do Scott Pilgrim.
Montreal by Night the one I think it is?
Hmm.
Scott Pilgrim was Toronto, wasn't it?
It's Canada for the most part, so you could always have it. You could always have it in Montreal if you really wanted to.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
don't go to Montreal in World of Darkness. Don't. Just
Yeah,
don't.
it's Sabat territory.
Yeah. It's a Black Dog Game Factory book too. Honestly, it might be the worst one.
Hmm.
I've not read the whole thing, but I've looked at like snippets. Oh god.
We don't need to go to Montreal. It's a silly place.
It's a silly place.
It's only a model.
Silly is one way of looking at it.
Although, with the beckoning happening in the 5th edition stuff, would that be less of a problem?
Oh yeah, 5th edition you'd probably be fine. It's like 20 of revised games like mine. It's like don't gives me an idea. Eve, prepare. Don't. Trust me, don't.
This is Eve just going, just don't.
Just don't. Oh, God. Is it toy? No, it's not toy. Or is it toy? No, it's not toy. Which one is it? Yeah, you had the time, Lori, like, actually pull for 20th and revise. If you need any more books, just let me know. Got a buff John. Got. Oh, actually, that's a good way to keep you from Montreal.
Yeah,
Jonas will be like, fuck you, no.
Yeah, Lore. Nightmare Sakito absolutely hates 5e as well, just so you know. Good friend of both of us.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I enjoy it. I've played 5e campaigns. They're fun.
I've heard
it's a
that
decent
the
game.
yeah,
It's
the-
just Hasbro is a bunch of dicks.
yeah, the well, that would be Paradox for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say 5e VTM.
Oh, I was thinking D&D. World of Darkness 5e edition. Like, I'm having a blast with my Werewolf 5e campaign that I'm in off stream.
Vampire has a few different problems with the lore side of it. Mechanics, fine.
I am back.
Lol.
God damn it.
No one didn't ooh. No one redeemed ooh. Impressive.
I do that just because I know it bothers some people. Yeah, I use
I was about to say, Morton, did you even hear it?
No, maybe I did.
So, you noticed you didn't really react.
I did. Look, I'm so used to this sort of thing at this point. Let's be honest.
I mean, with 5e, I ignore a good chunk of some of the lore because it makes a lot of people very, very angry. I use the mechanics.
Yeah, I mostly just don't care for the how many disciplines and clans they just mush together. I understand it's for simplicity's sake, but just
Yeah. And there are people out there
I wish
who
they could have just made a like core book and
Ignores
just
that.
left those out. Yeah, because I think that's how it was originally.
Ignore established lore. Create your own.
But
that's true too. Yeah.
Which I can absolutely understand that, because that's part of my problem with Cyberpunk Red. Like, they simplified it way too damn much.
Yeah, exactly.
To the detriment of the game, because again, all the guns are gone.
Yeah.
Like,
Werewolf,
huh?
I think the main thing with that was just that they got rid of most of the Umbral exploration, which I thought was sad.
Yeah. That they're are planning an Umbra book. So hopefully there's
really?
more. Yeah. It's in the pipe.
Oh, so they're actually well.
No.
Is that going to be under the back under White Wolf?
No idea.
Really, would have to be, probably. That's probably why they're doing it. If that was
Yeah.
recently announced.
It does amuse me just how many people vehemently hate Thin Bloods. It's like, they guys mentioned mechanics. They look kind of interesting, but at the same time, I can understand why a lot of people are like, no, fuck that shit. It's like, yeah, that does kind of does spell the end for them after a while. Unless some elders
it's not
wake up and start
really,
eating people again.
Yeah, their little alchemy thingy. I haven't looked super deep into it, but it like sounds kind of interesting to me.
Yeah.
But, I don't excessively care. I'm just like, I'm gonna stick with what I know. Also.
Oh man, that one player I had that thought that she could just eat whoever she wanted without any consequences. Is like, I thought you were a veteran of this game. I started learning this game for you specifically. That's not how this works. Oh, I'm used to previous editions where I was thinking you could do that. Even in previous editions, you couldn't do that. What?
Mm-hmm.
So they're playing a completely different game than Vampire the Masquerade. They were just playing monsters that could just do whatever the fuck they wanted, I think.
Oh god.
Yep. Sadly, just like, that's not what it's for, but okay, whatever.
Reminds me of 13-year-old me trying to play with friends, playing werewolf with friends. All of them played Arun, Lupus to get max out their stats. Whatever tribe they wanted to pick that gave them the most willpower. Then yeah, it was just they just cut through everything because they went next for combat.
Yeah.
Where mantis shrimp?
Where'd that come from?
A player that I knew who had to fucking break mechanics in the fucking weirdest and most and craziest ways, just like min-max the fucking shit out of every single fucking thing he did.
Oh, joy.
So, it was basically, you know, Saitama One Punch, just, yeah. Yeah.
See, Saitama gets away with it because he's a fucking gag character.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it didn't make it through, I think, a whole session. I think actually midway into the character's first session, the ST went, I cannot let you play this. I don't know why the fuck he actually okayed him playing it. It's just like, did you not do the math in your head looking at how many dots that punch was gonna be? And how much damage that was gonna be? I think he hit one single guy and he's just instant, just dead. And he's like, I cannot make a new character. No.
Like, that is way too many dice.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally just the sir, this is a Wendy's situation.
Yes.
There
Oh,
you
hey,
go.
that's perfect.
This'll be amusing.
This is gonna be very amusing.
So, DM creates an entire banned list of races, subclasses, and spells. Let's go ahead and go through this list. Banned races or species.
It's three pictures.
Uh-huh. Bugbear, long-limbed trait and surprise attack ability. Aarakocra, flying speed. Okay, fair. I banned them for that as well. I cast Curse of Fluffy Gloves. That'll stop them. Triton, resistance to cold and fire, control water ability. Yuan-Ti, pure blood, magic resistance, immunity to poison. Asimar, protector, healing hands, radiant soul. Asimar, scourge, radiant consumption, necrotic resistance. Asimar, fallen, necrotic shroud, additional damage. Tabaxi, feline agility, and climb speed. Furbolg, detect, just say humans only at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Furbolg, detect magic, disguise self, and speech of beast and leaf. Goliath, powerful build and stone's endurance. Kinku, expert forgery and mimicry. Well, that's the most fun thing about playing a Kinku is speaking in only in mimicry.
Excuse you, no. Fuck you.
Especially if you actually go all in on the mimicry portion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I did.
No.
That was the fun part of playing a Kinku.
Yeah.
I want to play my Kinku Paladin again one day. He was so much fun. Named that
Let's fucking
damn
listen to a raven
mockingbird.
talk. Yeah. They sound like people.
Lizard folk, natural armor, bite attack, and cunning artisan. Okay.
Look, I love the idea of, because I've seen it, a lizard folk druid that has maxed out their decks, so no armor, but 18 fucking AC on that shit.
Why is Triton listed again with the exact same reasons? Control water, cold, and fire resistance. You already listed that, my dude. Githyanki, decent stats and martial... Wait, decent stats and martial prowess? What? Okay. Githzerai, Gazari Psionics. Okay, Psionics I can see being a little bit confusing for people. Kalistar, Mind Link, resistance to psychic damage. Changeling, shape change and deception abilities. Warforged, immunity to poison, sleep, and disease, self-repair. Satyr, magic resistance, charm resistance. Minotaur, horns attacks and some resilience features. Centaur, charge attack and hooves. Loxodon, natural armor and powerful build. Leonin, temporarily boosted AC with their main. Shifter, Beast-Hide, bonus HP and increased AC. Shifter, Longtooth, bite attack and increased damage. Shifter, Wild Hunt, advantage on tracking and some speed boosts. Turtle.
So I want to point out something that I'm kind of confused by with the Wild Hunt, because I played one of those. Why are you concerned about that and not concerned about the fact that they can't get advantage on them with attacks?
Right, I don't know. I mean, especially with tracking of all things. How often do you get tracking coming up in your games?
I'm so confused.
Turtle, natural armor and retractable claws. Tiefling, winged, infernal legacy and flight. Tiefling, feral, tail attack and other physical boosts. Tiefling, Mephistopheles, innate spellcasting and bonus spells. Anything that flies. Okay, that's fair. That part right there, that's kind of fair, but what the fuck? Next page.
This is when you give all your enemies Earthbind.
Or you can just say stick to the PHB.
That
Yeah,
too,
it's
yeah.
just like, this is so unnecessary.
This could have been an email.
I think it might have been. I don't know. Let's go with page 2 with banned classes. Twilight Domain Cleric provides powerful defensive and healing abilities. Divine Soul
understandable,
Sorcerer,
okay.
right? Combines the versatility of sorcery with cleric spells. Yeah.
It is
Oh
kinda
god, the
strong,
coffee
but,
lock.
like, it just gives them more of a spell list to pick from. Like, it doesn't, like, add spells, I don't think, in the base version.
Divine Soul Sorcerer, I've had a few of those in my games before. They came in clutch a few times, that's for fucking sure. Coffee Lock, Warlock Sorcerer combination. Use a short rest to convert Warlock spell slots to sorcery points and then create sorcerer spell slots without the long rest level of exhaustion, which, yeah, fair. That's exploit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so long as you actually create one that uses the goddamn it, Greater Restoration.
Yeah. Hexblade
Yeah.
Warlock. What are you about to say?
I was just trying to think real quick, and nothing's coming to brain right.
Hexblade Warlock, a subclass that allows charisma for melee attacks, making for a potent Gish spell sword.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, guess what? Pact of the Blade in 2024 just does that now, so fuck you.
And that was half the fun playing a Hexblade Warlock anyway. Lower Bard combines skill versatility with support, magical support. Yeah, duh.
That's all bards.
Yeah. Shepherd Druid, summoning and buffing abilities.
Understandable. Have a nice day on that one.
That could be annoying for some DMs, I'll grant you. Battle Master Fighter, superior combat maneuvers.
I'm sorry, but you're getting rid of one of the better fighter classes.
Yeah, right? That's one of my favorite ones to have. Moon Druid, powerful wild shape options. Yeah, and then for that you trade off a lot of
That's
spells.
That's the point.
Yeah, that's the fucking point.
You're trading out spell casting for wild shape. What? If this DM has played with some real scummy players, well, consider you put Coffee Lock up there. That's possible.
With Shepherd Druid, I've seen, I have actually seen summoning used with just a druid that was not Shepherd. it's still pretty fucking strong.
Yeah. Sun Soul Monk, ranged attack capabilities for traditionally melee focused class. Now, I will say that one does feel like it's a bit too DBZ flavored. So I could see that one in a way, but it's like, Gloom Stalker Ranger, enhanced stealth and combat abilities. They need all the help they can get. Sorlock, Sorcerer Warlock combination, combines the best of both spellcasting worlds. Conquest
I mean,
Paladin.
we already had copy locks, so.
Conquest Paladin, strong crowd control and fear effects. And?
I'm sorry, how long does the fear effect actually matter?
I mean, especially if they're having to use it to scare off a crowd, that's kind of a good thing. Especially once you hit them, that fear effect's gone.
I was also going to say, after a while, you can't even fear anything either, so it's like...
Yeah. Oath of Ancients Paladin. Hey, excuse you? Resilient tank with anti-magic aura. Zealot
Okay.
Barbarian, near immortal tanking capabilities. Zealot Barbarian?
Sleep.
Try Path of the Bear Barbarian.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
what?
I was gonna say at least with Zealot, all you need to do is cast sleep.
Well, that only works for so long before they have too much HP for that to work.
Well, I mean, that's what happens is when you drop them to 0, then cast sleep.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Eldritch Knight Fighter. What? Combines martial prowess with arcane spellcasting.
Again, not even that good of a fucking fighter. Come on.
It's not. It really isn't. In fact, once upon a time, you had to be an elf to be able to do this. Assassin Rogue. High burst damage. That's all rogues! That's what they do!
Assassin Rogue can get really fucking high sneak attack, but that's only if they can do sneak attack.
Yeah.
If
that's
you
all-
take
and
away
that-
that,
I was also gonna say that's also only if they can go first.
Yeah, because
That
it
too.
has to be in the surprise round.
yes.
It has to be surprise round. And that's hard to get. Because you literally have to be the first one acting.
Yep.
So they're super specialized for that one trick, and that's literally it. They're kind of garbage outside of that. Arcane Trickster Rogue. Oh god, combines Rogue Sneakiness with spellcasting. Oh my god almighty.
Oh, hoo.
It's not even good spells.
Yeah, no.
Drake Warden Ranger. Summons and bonds
Okay,
with a Dragonling Companion.
Okay, look, Drake Warden Rangers are actually pretty nasty. Not gonna, I can't actually fault them on that one.
Eh. Abjuration Wizard. Exceptional defenses against spell damage. Yeah, that's kind of the entire school of magic, yeah. Evocation Wizard. High
nothing-
damage output with spells. Again, that's the point of that school of magic. Shadow Sorcerer.
Mm-hmm. What the fuck?
Strong survivability and crowd control. Okay.
I'm sorry. I've seen so many Shadow Sorcerers get just taken out so easily. It's not even
Yeah,
funny.
they've got some cool stuff, but they can get taken out real fucking easy, like with any other spellcaster. Ancestral Guardian Barbarian protects allies by redirecting damage. Okay. Divination Wizard.
Okay.
Ability to influence outcomes by manipulating dice rolls. Yeah, two dice rolls. They get 2. Maybe a few others later on, but
Two-
generally it's 2.
And that's at most.
Oathbreaker Paladin. Strong offensive capabilities and necrotic. Now, to be fair, Oathbreaker is generally a villain class. Swashbuckler Rogue. Superior dueling capabilities. That's what Swashbuckler is?
Yeah, it's okay. So it's literally a subclass to annoy and tank.
Yeah. Tempest Cleric deals heavy. What?
Sorry, I was just gonna say these are just. They're not saying why. We're presuming that they're saying why these are banned, but these are just what the subclasses.
Yeah, they're just what they're known for. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's
that's
Like,
the
why
reason
is these
why.
things a problem?
Maybe in the body of the text he'll get the meat and potatoes of why all these are banned, but I'm thinking that
Let's
these
see.
lists of what they do is why. Tempest Cleric deals heavy damage and controls the battlefield. Sorta. That's kind of stretching that a bit.
Oh, fucking yeah.
Valor Bard combines bardic inspiration with martial abilities. Yeah. Blade Singer
Okay.
Wizard melee combat combined with arcane prowess. Okay, see Eldritch Knight, I guess.
So here's my question: if we got Blade Singer and we had Eldritch Knight, why do we not have Swords Bard on here as well?
I'm surprised he doesn't. He's got every other bard on here. Celestial Warlock combines healing and ranged damage. Okay, so that's like the. What was that other one that he had up
That's
here?
The
Divine Soul
fucking
Sorcerer.
Divine Soul. As someone who has played Celestial Warlock, it is nasty, but can be dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, because they have super limited spell slots. It's super easy to deal with. Necromancer Wizard controls undead and deals with necrotic magic. Okay, first of all, fuck you. And even with the undead, controls undead, do you know how many spell slots you have to sacrifice to keep that control?
Mm-hmm.
You get to cast no other magic. That's it.
How come Moon Knight's not on here?
I'm actually surprised. Maybe he forgot.
Yeah.
He must have forgot, because, like, Rune Knight can protect allies by redirecting damage.
Oh yeah. The fucking
Plus,
storm
become
rune
fucking
and
giant?
Cloud rune.
Yeah. Giant strength?
Oh,
that was so
man.
And the fact that they later changed the abilities to be based off the Constitution rather than intelligence.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's going to be good. The banned spells.
I can already look. I already
Oh, look, it's at
understand
the
why the
top.
first one.
Yeah, it's at the very top.
Okay. I was gonna judge the fuck out of him if he didn't include silvery barbs.
Right. Silvery Barbs is, of course, first on the list, and I think we can all understand why. Wish, but at that point, if you're able to cast Wish, does it really matter if you ban the fucking spell? They're already an unstoppable force.
Yeah.
True Polymorph. Simulacrum. Really? Power Word Kill.
Look, I wanted to use True Polymorph on Tiamat to turn her into a chair at one point. So
Random attack dynast or attack T-Rex we've used so many fucking times with True Polymorph.
Right.
I will admit, we abuse the fuck out of that.
Simulacrum is like, well, you gotta spend money to do a lot of these spells. What does our one band spell do? You mean number one, the Silvery Barbs? Basically, you force them to re-roll the dice and with disadvantage, I think, or you subtract something.
basically, Silvery Barbs reaction spell first and foremost forces the opponent to re-roll their attack roll, and they take the lower of the rolls.
Yep.
And then it also allows you to give someone else within a certain range advantage on their next roll.
It's stupid fucking good.
Yeah.
I have used it as a blade singer. It is nasty.
I've used it as my divine soul sorcerer.
I think a lot of people's problem with that spell is it's not a high level spell either. It's very low level.
It's
It
level
is very
one.
low level.
It is a level 1.
So basically, it's what True Strike should have fucking been with a more of an upgrade. Because True Strike is garbage.
It is your second. It is your second spell after you have abused shield for a while.
Oh, he doesn't have either of those on here. Remind me at the end.
Okay.
I've got a thing he should have fucking done.
Yeah, Power Word Kill, which is like, really? They have to be like less than 100 hit points for that to even work, so, alright. Meteor Swarm, that's one of the most powerful spells. Come on. Feeble Mind, Time Stop. Time Stop is just confusing nowadays.
I've seen someone use it to great effect, and Feeble Mind was again another thing I wanted to use on Tiamat, make her our best friend.
Yeah. Time Stop used to be a beast of a spell. You could stack so many spells into that thing, and when the Time Stop ended, everything exploded. It was great. Mass Suggestion, Force Cage, Imprisonment, Dominate Monster, Invulnerability, Shape Change, Warden Kindness, Magnificent Mention. Why? I mean, again, most of these spells you have to spend so much money to be able to cast.
Yep, Magnificent Mansion. If you really want to just get rid of that, just play fucking Dungeon of the Mad Mage. The Mad Mage doesn't let that happen.
Yeah, some dungeons literally have blocked certain spells or changed them in some ways. Teleport, again, that could be blocked by so many things, and teleport's a risky spell anyway if you're not careful.
Exactly.
Clone, well, you already didn't allow Necromancer, so fair enough, I guess. Etherealness, Plane Shift, Foresight, Gate, Delayed Blast Fireball, really? Sunburst.
It's only really useful if you're using that with like Time Stop.
Sunburst, and Disintegrate, oh, come on. Magic Jar, Power Word Stun, Auto's Irresistible Dance, Prismatic Spray, that's a fun spell, come on. Anti-Magic Field.
Irresistible Dance is also fun.
But with Prismatic Spray, it's like a little gamble. You don't know what's going to come out of that damn thing. Regenerate can be very potent in the right circumstances. Any spell can be very potent in the right circumstances.
And
Eldritch Blast is good in the circumstances.
Almost all these spells are super high level spells.
Yeah.
Most of them are.
Almost. Yeah.
What are they playing at this point? Like, are they starting at high level?
Because Regenerate's a level 7 spell, isn't it?
I need to see the story.
Yeah, what were the two spells that you were surprised weren't there, Eve?
I can't find their names. them's so one of them's the actually Cloud of Knives, I think is the name of one of them. And the other one is another one where it's a random. I don't remember all the effects. I believe one of them is flowers can pop up and they'll blind you by squirting water in your eyes.
Oh, God,
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about, but I cannot remember the name of it.
So one of the other effects is a confusion effect or something like that that makes you it forces all affected that fail to save to have, maybe that's why, because it's a save or suck. They have to like start moving in a certain direction. I placed that down on some enemies right next to where my friend has put a cloud of knives. Yeah, guess what direction they went?
Owie.
We made a goblin blender. Because I think those were goblins we were fighting.
I find it amusing that he literally only banned one cleric class. All the... No, wait, no, he did two. He did two. The Tempest one. It probably would have been easier for him to just list the classes that were allowed.
Yeah.
Like Chill said, just fucking peanut butter handbook. Like, come on.
A lot of these classes are from the player's handbook.
Yes, but it still would have saved a lot of time.
Lore Bard, Battle Master,
Mostly for the
Moon
races
Druid. Conquest was not that in the PHP, I don't think. Oath of Ancients.
I'm still mad about mimicry.
Right. Eldritch Knight, Assassin, Arcane Trickster, Abjuration Invocationist. So many of these were for the
Didn't
PHP.
ban Misty Step, which I find interesting.
That is
I believe
surprising.
They did ban Teleport
Right.
and Plane Shift.
I guess because you only go like so far with that one.
I mean, I guess, but the fact that you can, I believe you can cast it without, or is it just verbal?
It's a reaction spell, I believe.
It's a reaction spell,
No,
so
it's
you
not
can get
reaction.
out
It's
of binds.
bonus. It's a bonus spell.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can get out of bindings by doing that.
Yeah, you can.
All right, so let's read this bulk of text down here and see what they got to say about this, because I'm very curious.
Yeah. What the
Same.
what the hell's this?
I'm happy for Storytime YouTubers to narrate this. This has no personal ties to me and won't bring me to the attention of people I'd rather avoid. Hi. Not so much a horror story as a what the fuck moment, but my current group talked me into posting this. So this happened almost a year ago. I was scrolling Roll20 for a D&D campaign to join what was happening at a reasonable time, and not the ass crack of dawn or the dead of night. Yay, time zones. I came across a campaign by a user whose name I will not mention because I don't want them getting picked on, with a pretty cool plot hook. The party grew up in an orphanage and are returning to it to face some of their old memories and traumas. Great hook, awesome horror vibes, very Rule of Rose horror game by Atlas, released in 2006.
Yes, it's a very good game that got horribly crushed by misinformation.
Ads.
No.
Oh no. I had not realized they were making a live action of this.
What?
What?
How to Train a Dragon.
Oh god, that's what they
Yeah,
are.
I just found that out. I'm upset. It looks like they used CGI for Hiccup. I'm like, why? I haven't looked at it super closely, but just glancing
Yeah.
at the frickin' trailer.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen the trailer, and I'm just like,
Am I
why?
right? Did they use CGI to change Hiccup's, the actor who plays Hiccup's face, to look more like the animated character?
I would not be surprised.
They look like they did that for a lot of the characters from what I saw in there.
Great.
That is not the sound effect I expect to follow the word great, but alright.
Great is sarcastic.
Think they'll replace the dragon with a woman too? No, because I don't think they wanted to have too many women being ridden on screen. That might send the wrong message.
At least not in actual movie theaters.
The female dragon doesn't come until the second movie, but I highly doubt that they're gonna make enough fucking profit from this to be able to make a second movie.
Right?
I don't know. I mean, it's not Morbius.
Well, Or would that be too politically incorrect? It would be very incorrect because that'd be one of those things you're going to play in adult movies. I'm sorry, Eve.
Ad's over, by the way.
Yes, so
Let's see. So I'm already interested, but as I'm scrolling down for more details, I see the words banned races or species. I think to myself, that's odd, but I guess it's understandable. Not every race is going to fit in a homebrew campaign. See image 1. Okay, so it looks like this guy wants to mostly keep to the races of the PHB. Some weird choices, though. Like saying a Kinku is somehow bad because of their mimicry, when that's literally how they communicate with each other, is a choice. Also, I checked. Leonids don't get an AC boost from their main. Their claws do give a boost to their strength mod, though. It doesn't end there.
Oh, there's Leonin. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, he listed the reason is they get a boost to their AC from their main, which I was like, that doesn't sound right, but I wasn't going to question because I wasn't sure. It doesn't end there, though. I shrugged, giving this guy the benefit of the doubt, and scrolled down more, only to find a list titled Banned Classes. See image 2. This is where that benefit ended, and I started scratching my head. Storelock, Coffee Lock, and Hexblade, sure, I get it, but he's basically banned about 20% of the 100-something subclasses in D&D. Roughly, not a math person, lol. Mind you, he hadn't done anything about Artificers or Blood Hunters, but most of these are in the PHB, or Xanathars, with the rest being from Sword Coast Adventure's Guide or Tasha's, or the Dungeon Master's Guide for Oathbreaker Paladin. It's just feeling weirdly specific, especially when you can essentially boil his reasons down to too much damage or too much CC. Then we have the banned spells list. See image 3. I showed this to my current TM, and even he was scratching his head. In his experience, most of these spells aren't typical ones the player takes anyway, save for that about a handful. Silvery Barbs and Mordecai's Magnificent Mansion. Given the setting, that's understandable, but to my immediate recollection, most of these are 6th level spells, and if you're accessing super powerful spells like those, then you're on level 11 in Bard, Sorcerer, Wizard, and probably expecting to fight the Abrahamic god of the climax of the campaign. Right. Some of these spells are more like random bullshit that DM can pull for the sake of creating tension during a scene. Needless to say, I didn't end up throwing my name in the hat for this campaign, and I haven't seen the dude on Roll20 since. My current group encouraged me to post the screenshots for others to enjoy, ? But I'm mostly putting this here for the sake of discussion, which I hope is allowed. I don't know, it was just weird to see. And everyone I've spoken about it with agrees that it's strange. What do you guys think? I think I want some context.
Top comment wins everything here.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Hey DM, can I play a human fighter champion? Seems a bit exotic, but I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Day 1, Vex, Nick. Day 2, banned, make a new character.
Yeah, 2024 does make fighter champions ridiculous.
At level 4, I'll take Great Weapons Master. You are no longer welcome here.
What do you suggest I play as? Have you considered rolling a human accountant or a postal worker?
Postal worker!
Look, you do not mess with the postal department. You do not fuck with them.
They will send a police raid on your ass.
You can't be a race that flies. They'd be the best postal workers. Come on. Well, you're going to delivery. Oh.
At some point, it's easy to make a white list and just say what you want. People like it when you give them choices like elf or dwarf.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like. Yeah, same.
I just need to know what like level range this guy was gonna play, because this is like lower levels. All of this is largely moot.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I need to know what they were going for aside from like orphans returning home. Like what?
Right.
I need more info, but still, like you just said, they could have just said limit it to the PHB and have low enough levels that most of these aren't going to be a problem.
Let's see. Allowed races / species: elf, dwarf, and elf dwarf. Allowed classes: commoner. Allowed spells: anything from the commoner spell list. And the comment just a few below that one: load me into the peasant railgun.
Oh, I like that. Also, So they said no necromancer wizard, but did they outlaw spore druid?
No.
No, they did not.
Oh.
They had to have access to
I don't get
that
it.
class because they have Twilight there.
I don't understand.
Here's the
I
thing.
don't get it.
They also didn't ban any of the control or create undead, any of those spells.
This it feels like the fucking oh god, what's the name of the SCP doctor?
L49?
No, the one. Is it the one who's?
The four Dr. Shaw now. By the way, I'm guessing.
Talking about the Plague Doctor?
No. Talking one of the actual
Things Dr.
SCP
Bright is
doctors.
not allowed to do.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
except it's
I-
Dr. Shaw. It's Dr. Shaw now because Bright was an asshole.
Oh well. Oh well. Well, I knew it as Dr. Bright, so I'm gonna say.
Oh, yeah,
This,
no,
this
I'm
basically
just-
sounds like the DM did a things Dr. Bright is not allowed to do like variant of for their DM stuff. It's just like any time a player would do something in their games that they didn't like, then they would put it in the list.
Right.
And we got this.
And again, I'm very confused. One of their comments was talking about he thought that Zealot Barbarians were immortal. They don't get to level of 14, number one. He's talking about Totem Barbarians.
Level 3, they will fuck you up.
Yeah.
No, he didn't read the rules
He couldn't have.
for these classes, is what it sounds like to me.
Because
Exactly.
It sounds like, yeah, they basically, it basically like, yeah, just saw what the player could do with them,
yeah. Because
and just, it may have been one of those DMs where it's just like, you learn your own rules.
that person literally just brought up the very point I was making. It's like about the Totem Warrior. It's like you get Tome of the Bear, you're a half orc, you cannot die.
Yep, and that was why I was like, you cast sleep
Yeah.
when they're low enough, and it's over.
Because resistant to literally everything except for psychic damage when they're raging.
Yep, and if you,
Yeah.
and that's why I don't begrudge him for banning the Kalishtar, because you have that as a totem barbarian, then you're covering all your bases.
Yeah,
Let's see, so-
I really feel like he had to have not wanted to read the rules himself.
Must not.
You watch! Sorry,
It had to have been that, yeah.
sound Bleach reference.
Sun Soul Monk, range attacks on a melee class, swashbuckler rogue, superior duelist capabilities. Yeah, that's the damn point. What's next? Oath of Vengeance Paladin 2, focus on vengeance for a class that's supposed to be the good guy. Banning something like Twilight Cleric as it bends the game balance around itself, or Coffee Lock or Cocaine Lock, as that's kind of using a rule interaction to get around how things are designed to work. But banning a subclass because it intentionally changes how the class is meant to be played is an extra level of stupid. Ranged attacks on a melee class. Nobody tell them that 4 of the 9 legal monk weapons in the game have the thrown property, and that the martial arts feature doesn't say the use of a monk weapon has to be a melee attack. I mean, fair. But I can almost understand the Sun Soul Monk, because that does feel like it's trying to throw some DBZ up in there, and it's like, that's a little odd, but okay, we'll see how it works. But yeah, the Twilight Domain, yeah, that's just broken. The Coffee Lock, that's an exploit. A lot of these others, I was like, that's why.
He banned Swashbuckler, which is the best buckler.
Like, I had a Conquest Paladin in my Curse of Strahd game, and he did fucking amazing. And that's where we found out that, you know what? Undead are no longer immune to fear effects, apparently.
I bet this DM is the kind of person who hasn't read the rules on sneak attack and says shit like, how do you play sneak attack? You're not hidden. He can see you coming up from behind the fighter.
See, that this is like, yeah, Swashbuckler definitely does have some advantages on most of the rogues because they'll need the ally most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Let me thumb this up. Here, have a like.
Because, yeah, no, this is perplexing.
Yeah, very.
My confusion is far too real on this one.
Yeah, I'm literally just sticking with this has to have been a... This is the list of things that my players are not allowed to do. Just was written down on the fly, and they don't read the rules themselves if people want to be snowflakes.
Right.
You're like, learn your own rules. I'm not going to learn them for you. And then whenever they discover that they're broken, they just add them to a ban list. Not a way of doing it at all. What the fuck? If I'm right.
Oh, this one sounds juicy.
Oh no.
Gib.
First time player gets invited to a game that gets kicked out for not knowing how to play.
What?
¿Por qué?
All
Oh,
right.
this is a wall of text. This is
Yeah.
a wall of text. Damn.
That's what I was thinking. This
Hold
ought to be
on.
juicy. Let me take a little sippy sip.
Even has the flare extra long.
Right. Alright. Hi, I am pretty familiar with D&D and similar games, but I never actually played until fairly recently. I was invited to a D&D party by my ex-roommate and her friends, saying that they wanted more people at the table than that. You were pretty creative. It'd be fun having you there. They had already been playing for a while, around a quarter of a year, and had more experience playing, but I was assured that me being new was not a problem. There were 5 of us in total. Well, things didn't go exactly as I thought they would. At first, things were fine. I went to make a character and was told that they needed to be a healer. I wasn't too familiar with the classes yet, so I ended up doing with a druid after some research. I made a fun, creative little character, and we started playing. I have a little fun messing with my character's abilities and role-playing with others, but when it came to combat, my character was rather useless. I later found out that the reason for why my stats sucked so bad compared to my teammates was that they'd all been rolling their stats with bigger dice than me. I was told how to roll my stats by them. And the DM ended up letting them keep their stats, but had me be nerfed from the start because your class is OP, and I don't know exactly how it works yet. Side note.
What?
Yeah, what? Side note, they all had either increased stats or special equipment of some sort.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So not only is this a new player, but you've nerfed them from the word go.
Ah, red flag number 1.
At the end of my second session with them, we got into a boss fight. I got targeted first because of an action I did earlier, and was heavily damaged right off the bat. My HP went from double digits to single digits, and I was so low on HP, I was too scared to even get close to the enemy. Trying my best to support my party from the sidelines with my ranged attacks. Near the end of the battle, I used my ability to turn into a wolf and try to be creative, asking the DM if I could use my cantrip Create Flame to light myself on fire, since I knew the flame could be put out on weapons for fire damage, so why not put it on myself? They didn't know at first, but allowed it. It didn't really end up mattering anyway, because my attacks did so little that I only got one bite in before the boss was dead from my teammates' attacks. Remember this for later.
Oh no.
We all got XP from this fight and leveled up to where I could pick my druid circle and the Roll20 character builder. I ended up picking Mountain because I thought it fit my character best without knowing that there was actually more options than was listed in Roll20. I got told of this by the DM himself, who told me to go with the Moon Circle instead because it allows me to turn into more powerful creatures. I was excited at this and accepted. What followed were 2 sessions of just one giant boss fight against 3 strong as fuck monsters that brought 2 of my teammates so low they could barely do anything. One was a strong DMPC who we would have died without, and the other was our rogue who was at 2 HP. So I decided to turn myself to a brown bear and use this ability to multi-attack to protect my party from the giant monster. I did my job quite well. My damage was still shit, but the monster kept missing its hits, so I kept multi-attacking to at least make a dent in its HP, as my regular attacks did literally nothing. Finally, doing damage in double digits and feeling helpful, going in for my third multi-attack, the DM asked me, "Hey, are you sure you want to do a multi-attack again?" And I should have realized that something was wrong. He'd been muttering about how unfair the move was since I started using it, but I paid no mind to it. I said yes, and did so, missing my first attack and hitting low on the second one. That's where the DM said, "You multi-attack the monster, and the monster responds with its own." It nearly one-shot me with its first attack and does me in with the second, after which the rogue literally one-shots it with a single arrow. I failed my death saves, and our party had a really sad moment. They loved my character, or at least the rogue and the ranger did. My character died with only just 4 sessions, and I was absolutely destroyed. I did what I could and was only trying to protect my party, even though I was less strong than any of them, and the DM just had to get a 1-up on me for using an ability I am well within my right to use because it made my attacks actually useful for once. I decided to make a new character, a cleric, which the DM promptly nerfed again because of my apparently too high wisdom stat. Sorry?
Excuse me?
And started playing again, but it was clear that I was being looked at differently by the DM at this point. I had no money, my party did not, and the next session was basically just all spent on shopping, so I was just standing around doing nothing the whole time.
What the fuck?
At the next session...
Wait. Don't you normally start with some money?
Money or equipment, yeah.
Okay. I thought. What the fuck?
I mean, if you get the equipment, which is generally a better bang for your buck with a new character, you only get like maybe 10 gold. 20 if you're a noble.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
At the next session, we arrived to a cave, and my party members didn't want to go inside, but I was feeling really bored at this point and decided to have a look in there just so I could do something. The DM said nothing. 2 steps in, I hear singing. Get a wisdom saving throw and fail, rendering me useless and absent from everything again. As you might be able to guess, harpies were involved this time, and during the whole fight, I got to do like 3 attacks total, between being paralyzed and absolutely useless. Again. The only useful thing I ended up doing was healing my party after the fight, but I knew it was a lost cause at that point. I felt rather excluded and very much useless as my party was way stronger than me, had more chemistry with each other's characters, and overall I just felt left out of the fun, feeling more like a mandatory healer NPC than an actual player. It all came to a head a day ago when my party was planning our next session. The DM stated he isn't counting on me anymore. Asked why, he told me it's because I don't tell him beforehand that I won't show up. Wait, what? That only happened once. Something suddenly came up and I wasn't feeling it that day, and I told him as much, after which he got really pissy with me and basically sternly told him that he can get upset at me for having life outside of D&D and said, "Fighter does this all the time and you respect us, why am I getting lectured?" The fighter was mostly absent from sessions due to his personal life. He said nothing after that. His second reason was that apparently I can't play. Don't know how to play my characters, and all that my constant questions are ruining the game. Mind you, I didn't ask questions often. I never asked him how my spells worked or how I should play. All my questions were situational, like with the "can I light myself on fire" question. They never brought it up to me afterwards, but apparently the DM is mad at me for it because that's not how the spell works. But none of us knew that at the time of the session it happened in. But I was the one in the wrong for doing it, apparently, even though he himself allowed it. It turned into a whole argument with me telling him I'm still learning, which he knew, and he just kept telling me to go study the game, at which point I asked him directly, "Do you want me to study the game mechanics just to be allowed to play your game?" And he said yes. I understand that a player should know the basics to be able to play, and that one should be familiar with their own abilities to play well, but I knew my kit, I knew my abilities. I specifically picked them because of their functionality. Once again, I only asked him situational questions, and if it wasn't for them wanting a healer, I wouldn't even be a cleric to begin with. I originally didn't even want to be a druid. I wanted to be a warlock, but he told me last minute that I wasn't allowed to be a warlock because they were too OP. and then allowed someone else to be a warlock while we were planning our next campaign because apparently he finally learned how they worked. Yeah, right, but it took him only a day to learn druids for me, even though he apparently didn't know how those worked either. I expect to be backed up as I generally did nothing wrong and didn't know why the DM was so upset with me for simply playing a class I'd never played before in a way he didn't find sufficient enough. But the rogue didn't take sides, and the ranger agreed with the DM and told me that you're supposed to be a healer support, but you play your character offensively. My brother in Christ, of course I play offensively in a fight when I am the one closest to the fucking enemy and currently being targeted by a fucking dragon trying to eat me. What the fuck do you want me to do? I literally got to play my cleric twice. The first time I wasn't even doing anything, and the second time was a combat session. God forbid a support tries to fight in a battle, am I right? She also said that my character was a bit too edgy. We made it so my cleric was a big brother of my druid and watched her get murdered by that big boss monster in session 4, so I played him as a grieving big brother. They wanted to wait for Fi to respond, but I just ended up quitting. I knew that the DM would likely continue to single me out either way, and I also got turned off from playing with him the moment he directly or indirectly killed my druid for something petty in my 4th session with him. I just wanted to play and have fun, but was apparently expected to just follow them around and without taking initiative or doing anything myself. The rogue later told me about the unspoken rule of not splitting up the party, and that me taking a look inside the cave was playing the support character too aggressively, rushing in and being too combat focused. Even though I didn't know there was going to be an encounter inside that cave. They wanted an NPC, not a player that can make their own decisions. Either way, thanks for reading. This all made me really sad because I really wanted to play and was excited to finally have a chance to do so, but things went sour pretty quickly. I just wanted to get this off my chest and stop thinking about it because it really hurt me and made me wonder if I really did something wrong. TLDR, DM gets angry at me for not knowing if I can't light myself on fire with a spell after he allowed me to do it. DM gets angry at me for using multi-attack and ends up killing me with it. Party doesn't like my new character and tells me I can't play it right, even though I never played it and didn't even want to play this class. Party agrees to exclude me, and I quit. Yeah, this guy just had it out for OP from the word go.
Oh, without a fucking doubt.
No, fuck this DM.
I can't shake the feeling that OP is female and this DM is a fucking chauvinist of some sort. But he's got another female character. But there's another female they're playing. Well, maybe he's attracted to that female. Ain't no telling. But whoever this guy is, he's an absolute dick.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, this DM honks.
Welcome back, Alex.
Hello. I'm trying to just not scream and rage at this person because it's just like, what the? I'm sorry, but you want to send the person who can fucking perceive into places in the first place to make sure that it's clear.
No, that was clearly to scout because he couldn't fucking do anything else. Or I should say they couldn't do fucking anything else.
Oh, granted, they did admit they wandered into that cave because they were bored. Which, yeah, if you sit on your ass for like 2 to 3 hours during a shopping spree doing nothing, at that point you're going to do something stupid because you just want something to fucking happen.
Yeah. And if they were actually fucking stealthing, like, you could have been nice and fucking been like, okay, well, you know, you're stealthing, so they're not gonna notice you and immediately start singing. Because as soon as they realized it was gonna be a combat encounter, they probably would immediately turn tail and, you know, went and told the party, but I feel like the DM probably didn't want that.
The DM just had it out for this player.
Absolutely.
It's like, the fact that you nerfed this person right off the bat. Brand new player.
As a new player. Yeah, it's like, why?
It's like, no, we just needed a healer. Why are you doing anything? Just heal. It's like, fuck you.
Like, you should have, if you wanted an NPC, you should have just put another, you know, DM NPC, or, oh, I don't know, let the one that you already had, you know, leave.
Be the fucking, yeah.
Yeah. Or, you know, make them, you know, cross-class and pick up some healing. It's not that hard.
I cannot understand what the fuck was going on there, because that's just stupid.
It sounds like gatekeeping, which is just like,
Oh, without a doubt.
why would you let a new player in at that point?
Yeah.
Aside from just an extra someone to run an NPC for you, basically. That's so shit.
Let's see. Let me scroll back up here again. Okay, so I was invited to a D&D party by my ex-roommate and her friends. So I'm going to assume OP is female. I'm going to assume DM is attracted to friend. Hey, Mr. Box. Hey, Glass. So I'm going to assume that DM is attracted to friend and allowed her friend to join because he's trying to get on her good side. But just know your possible competition, or you are just whatever, and just want to be a dick towards her.
Yeah, no, I think you're right on the possible competition. Yay! Glad you're able to chill now.
I mean, it's the only thing I can think of is because he had it out for her from the right off the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
Like straight out of the gate.
It's gotta be the reason.
My friend, as a DM of 20 years at this point, I can firmly tell you it was the DM who didn't know how to play, not you, and you've dodged a bullet getting out of that game. You did absolutely nothing wrong, and from what I could tell, reading your post, you were exactly the kind of first-time player I would love having at my tables. In our community, is a very important maxim given the vulnerability that comes with role-playing in a TTRPG, and that is playing no D&D is better than playing bad D&D. It could take a long time to find a solid, consistent gaming group, but if you enjoyed it at all, I have no doubt you'll be able to find a seat at a quality table.
Yeah.
ETA, if you still want to play and don't mind playing an online game, I can give you some contacts info into another DM so I know who can plug you in at a table. Shoot me a message and I can contact y'all. Aw, that's nice of them.
Yay!
That is definitely kind of them.
TLDR, you got a crap DM and a crap party. You did everything right. Don't let those idiots ruin the game for you. Most tables aren't like that. Again, the fact that he nerfed her right from the beginning. Again, I'm assuming this is a female OP, but because it's the only thing that makes sense to me at the moment.
Yeah.
It's like, how dare another female intrude upon our domain when I'm trying to woo this female? One of those fucking neckbeard assholes.
I don't know. It could have been a guy in, like...
It's possible, yeah.
So...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also
And that's
possible,
the
yeah.
romantic challenger, yeah. Romantic competition.
Like, I'll beat him in a game of dice and papers. That'll win some precious female. Good
Yeah.
lord. Let's see.
Yeah, I 100% agree with this person. It's just like...
Wow, he broke it down.
I absolutely love players who think outside the box as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I like to encourage creativity, and just all these DMs that don't like that. Just like, why? I don't get it. I don't understand.
It's like, how good of a healer do you for this person to be when you nerf their stats? Rather than, oh, they rolled their stats as bigger dice. That was a mistake. So I'm gonna make you do it with smaller dice. Like, okay, so we're not on an even field. Then what? Huh?
Oh, they're number 3. Hey, chill. Did your LARP use goob mail or noob mail?
No, we didn't do that where they get armor, but they don't have to have reps for it. I didn't do that the LARP I made.
Now this was a like, it wasn't actual armor. It was like,
Or more like
new
you're immune to
player
death
prote-
or
yeah,
stuff like
new
that.
player protection, basically.
No, we didn't go super hardcore with things though, so didn't really
We
come
did
up.
that. I think we actually did it for your first 3 games. There's 2 or 3, where you could only do it once. It's just your first time that you would have died. You basically, most of the time they just, like, the enemy thought you were dead. Well, as you were bleeding out, you just happened to not be, and so you were able to, like you get knocked unconscious. You wake up later, and then you can run away.
Right.
Stuff like that.
Mine didn't. But we weren't super hardcore like that. The LARP that I told you about that was awful did that for their first event. It still happened, like your character still got killed, but it didn't count towards your death count on your first event. So you still go through that process.
Okay.
But other than that, because they had a thing that at your death there would be a role play thing that would actually happen before you got to life. So
Okay.
that still occurred.
This one isn't a horror story per se, but it is a meta discussion once y'all are ready for it.
All right. Because I'm just like, my brain is.
That was bad, yeah. Yeah, I get what that one guy was talking about.
This ain't however many shades of gray. I forgot how many.
50.
50 shades. Thank you.
How the hell do I know that? Ugh. All right, because my roommate read that.
Except you're welcome.
Now that song's in my head, thank you.
Nah.
Players who refuse the call to adventure. What did you expect to happen? Quite a few horror stories revolve around a player being a character who refuses to go on an adventure with the rest of the party. This always baffles me because, 1, if you don't want to go on an adventure, why would you sign on for an adventure-themed game? 2, if you don't want to play in a group, why would you sign up for a group activity? Often, one or both are pointed out in the stories themselves. I figured this would be a good place to ask what problem players of this sort were imagining would happen next. I'd much rather hear accounts from problem players who have instigated that snare than other people's speculations, but if you want to speculate, I obviously can't stop you. Edit. Forgot to add. This was inspired by a story in today's D&D Doge video in which a wizard player actually blew up over a suggested motive to answer the call. Edit 2. It's been more than 24 hours since the last comment, which was the only one that day, so I'm calling it. Thanks for chiming in, everyone. There was lots of I never did this personally, but speculation, and I thought there would be, but also enough replies from people whose characters did hear the call to Avengers said, nah. Either way, I feel like I understand this phenomenon just a little bit better now. For the guilty parties, I appreciate your ability to self-reflect. Sometimes the best way to avoid making mistakes is to make them for the first time. So, findings. Though I worded the question as, what did you expect to happen, the underlying question is arguably far more valuable. Why did you do that? On that note, the common responses types I seemed to get were, 1, the GM did a poor job presenting their call to adventure, usually by failing to stress the importance of the inciting incident. But I occasionally heard from people whose GMs presented a call that wouldn't have enticed their character, or, at least one case, seemingly no one's characters. While not the motive usually presented here in RPG horror stories, it is, as noted by...
Hives.
Yeah, okay. Below, a reasonable explanation, which is probably why it's not featured in many sources. Hey, your guess is as good as mine on that one. I'll take it. 2, the player in question wanted the venture to follow them. Any plans made by the GM be damned. 3, the player felt that the very concept of a call to adventure in and of itself somehow constitutes railroading. 4, the player is new to or inexperienced with TTRPGs and doesn't yet understand what a shared adventure with other players is, usually the point of most tables, or at least the RP-focused games. 5. The player straight up has a main character syndrome, resulting in number 2. Number 6. It's what my character would do, the most reasonable examples of which resulted in number 1. 7. People who misread the post title as an excuse to comment on the phenomenon itself. All these are just as welcome, make no mistake. The correct answer to this happening is indeed, alright, roll up a new character that wants to go on an adventure with the rest of the party. Fair. That covers most of the comments I got. I don't know how many I was expecting, but it was definitely less than the almost 250 I got. Thanks for playing, everyone. So yeah, the second that someone's, I do that little start up and try to get people going, they're like, oh no, I'm going to go do this. It's like, okay, you go do that. We'll go play over here. Bye. Like, you're just out.
Yep.
It's like there was a social contract that you signed and you just broke your end of the deal. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, so to throw personal experience in right now, my current character, I literally jokingly had them try to avoid the party because it's like he wouldn't want to, get involved with these weirdos who one of whom he can't even tell what they are, but gets dragged into it anyway. And I'm like, you know what? That works far better than just the, oh, I'll just work with you.
Yeah, it does seem like there are a weird group of people that feel that when you're setting up a game and you start it off and you try to get them to go on to the path of the story of what you prepared, it's like, oh, that's railroading. It's like, how? You already agreed to do this. This is what we agreed on. What the fuck are you talking about?
We got to have some sort of story, or else you're just gonna wander around.
I mean, it's almost like, you know how you get a lot of people in a retail store that will act like an absolute dick to the staff there, and you can go, you should be required that this person work in retail for a while so they know what it's like. Mm-hmm. It's almost like these people should be required to play in a railroad campaign so they know what the fuck we're talking about when we say railroad, because that ain't railroad.
Yeah. Big difference.
There is a massive, massive difference. Come on.
If you've not experienced it firsthand, you don't really understand what you're talking about. Especially if you've not even watched or read about other, watched people talk about their experiences with that, or read on here, other people's experiences with railroading. Don't just casually accuse nilly-willy.
Yeah, I've been in a few railroads before. It's like, and quite frankly, what a railroad is if no matter what you didn't have any effect. You could have literally just walked away, made a sandwich, ate it, had a few drinks, came back, and they're still going, and then it ended up the same no matter what. Yeah, that's railroad. Your input does not matter. I've literally checked out of games and just rolled the occasional dice whenever it was my turn to do something, but it didn't matter what I rolled or what I did, so I just I'm just here for support, and I'm just doing something else.
Yep.
Bingo.
It's cool, great, awesome.
And once I realized that that's the sort of DM they were, once they had another game, I was like, nah, I'll pass, thanks anyway. Not playing in your games.
Yep, nope. No, gracias. I don't know if I've really had a really bad railroad experience. I will say, if that's actually part of the character, and if they have character development where they aren't as much of a dick, over time, I could maybe see that. Actually being somewhat okay.
Yeah, after a while that would probably get very irritating.
He wasn't super complainative, all the time necessarily, but Adam did play a bandit that joined our group. We didn't know he was a bandit. He wasn't super vocal, but there were a few times whenever he was like, I don't like this. It was an evil campaign though, but it was just really funny. So, like, that kind of thing. I can understand that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, to excess,
I need to go AFK real quick because I need help with their medication.
Okay.
So, back in a little bit.
I just.
Do I need to get up? Actually, I'm gonna get tea. I'll be right back.
Alright, see you in a little bit.
I'm glad I made it. Before
Welcome back. Oh god.
I've got my tea and my cookies.
Ooh, that is nice. I'm trying to figure
Delicious.
out. I have something that I'm trying to figure out how to handle in Dark Souls right now in my head. Because I killed the last of the mimics in the game. Which means I no longer have to hit every chest.
Question is, will you still? Because of habit.
I'm very tempted to, for sure.
Also die. Gotta ask yourself, would complaining really be the most compelling thing my character could do right now? Depends on if you are a bard with vicious markery.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And Nina,
Mimics.
mimic. I killed the last mimic.
Chest. Big chest.
And they're nasty in Dark Souls.
Hey, oh man.
They got legs.
They're definitely one
and
of the
arms.
nastiest. Yeah, if not the nastiest.
They can
Because they can actually grab you and like try to shove you in more, if I remember correctly.
yes, they do. And yes,
There's
there's a limited number of mimics in the game.
Yeah, because this was Dark Souls 1, right?
Yes.
So like and
they do not respawn.
They're scripted. Yeah.
And the only reason I know I killed the last one is because it gave me an item specifically that tells me it's the last one.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Which lets me wear it as a head.
Oh, that's why.
I'm wearing a mimic as my head.
Great. Wonderful. So when you finish what day are you streaming it again to finish it so I can not watch that?
That is a good question, Mega Man.
I joke.
Because I've still got at least 4 bosses left.
Ooh.
2 main ones and 2 optional. The 2 optional are draconic. The main one's another fucking dragon and Gwyn himself.
For you to host your head, but no. Only the last one. Oh god.
Weirdly enough, I know Bloodborne has a tabletop. I'm trying to remember if Dark Souls has a tabletop game.
If it doesn't, like...
Nope, Dark Souls apparently does.
Okay. I was about to say, surely someone would have, like, at least, like, did some revamping for D&D, like homebrew.
Oh, without a doubt. Like one of the campaigns I had, like, living rent-free in my head to make literally involved having a, like, bonfire setup where you can die, but you'll get to respawn. The problem is, then you have to get your shit back.
Interesting. Neat. Yeller?
Hello?
Furniture, and I have mango juice.
You have what?
Mango juice.
Mango juice.
Oh, I just heard the juice part. I was just like, what juice?
Mango.
Which one was that?
Creepy doll.
Oh, was that the creepy doll?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I should have
Creepy dolls
had that voice going last night.
So my question is, does it always follow you?
With a ruined eye that's always open?
I'm glad you picked that one up.
That's one of my favorite songs of his.
I appreciate that.
Let's see. What did I miss? Complaining only gets you so far. At some point, you need to develop a character. Actually, you guys yourself. What complaining really be the most compelling thing my character could do right now? That's why we want diverse teams as much as possible, because your skill set will make sure the team will survive, whether it's DPS, healing, or buffs. No, you're not complaining correctly. You killed what? What do you mean by last? There's a last. What were y'all talking about on that one? All the other mimics
Dark
also
Souls.
offered.
I killed the last mimic in the original Dark Souls.
Ah. Nice. This one looks like it'll be, it's a short and, well, I won't say sweet. Looks like it might be slightly enrage-inducing. Dark Souls role-playing game. Ooh, I had to look at that later.
Yep.
They
I was
flaked
trying to
so
type in
much.
creepy doll. Oh my god.
They
I
flaked.
typed in creepy lore instead.
I mean, it's apt.
Look, you'll know you made it one day when your face is the first one that comes up.
I did think it's something highly amusing, though, Eve. Do you mind if I tell everyone that what happened last week?
Oh. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, me and Eve met up. I treated her, Adam, and Ardite to lunch. And it's just easy because she just called me Laura again. I just kind of thought, I know for a fact we introduced each other by our actual names, and I have already
at the beginning of
forgotten. I have already forgotten your real name, and I just gone back to thinking
You
as
did.
Eve.
I remember yours. That's literally only because of Lou and Simone.
Yeah, well, that's because they always call me that. But
Yep.
even now, I still think of you as Eve. I've completely forgotten what your real name was.
That's fucking funny.
Nothing wrong with that.
You are forever Eve.
Yep. I couldn't. Well, actually, no. I think I did say it once because of your parents. Oh my god. Oh, that's funny.
But I thought you'd get a kick out of that. And you call me Laura again, just remind me of that. I was like, you know what? I completely forgot what Eve's actual name is. Oops.
Sad part is it's so goddamn common.
Yeah.
Evangelion. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Let's go with that.
I think that's what she said.
That sounds. Yeah, totally. Yep.
End of Evangelion?
Wait, where is it?
Let's see. They flaked so
we go.
much. Oh. They flaked so much they thought they were in a different game. I've been running a remote D&D game for a few years now with some friends from college. A few weeks ago, one of them said they wanted to talk. We hopped on a call and she explained how she wasn't having fun, was considering leaving the game. I felt terrible. I asked a little bit as to why. According to her, she felt the game was too world-building and was bereft of combat. I felt terrible for half a second until I realized she was wrong. In the last 10 sessions alone, they had fought a dragon turtle in sea combat, gone through an entire homebrew dungeon with multiple unique encounters, including alcohol elementals and a sea lich, an entire crawl through a burning city with snipers and a Brachydios? And that night they would be playing in a game of lethal tag with a trio of gunslingers. However, my friend, for all of my love for them, is a huge flake. It actually been a bit of a problem for encounter design as she was the cleric, with others having to play her character at several points because she was so pivotal. I look back at their attendance, and the 1 in 5 sessions she would attend was when the party happened to be resting or going over magic items. I explained this to her gently, and she said she'd try to attend more. That night, as the rest of the party arrived, Discord notified me that she'd chosen to play House Flipper instead. Tonight, my players are besieging a dragon's lair, and I'm building in my mind that they won't have a cleric.
So,
Yeah.
so she's complaining about world building and not enough combat, and her alternative is House Flipper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
House Flipper. Fucking House Flipper.
Yep.
See, if it
Wow.
had been blueprints, I might have understood.
Yeah.
Meow.
It's like, yeah, just kick the player.
Yeah, they clearly don't want to be there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I've sadly known quite a few, friends who are just super god dang flaky with games. But I've never had one just like, yeah, I clearly could see what they were doing instead. Uh, wow.
Yeah.
Hate when I have to miss a session because it's just like I tried my best to get there.
Yeah, and that's completely understandable. Not enough house building, apparently.
Well, if she had shown up more often, there might have been the chance to. Holy
We
shit.
made our own bar once.
That's just fucking insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the sheer disrespect there. Just like, not even. And the fact that they've done this so often that you didn't even realize they weren't there half the time for a lot of this is like, wait a second, they actually do an attendance thing real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I can understand that this person's your friend, but at the same time, it's like some friends just you don't do certain activities with.
Yep. Yeah, no, I got to the point where I was very, and I still am very picky on who I of my friend group invite to my tabletop games.
Yeah.
For not just that reason, but that's honestly that is probably the biggest.
I get annoyed when I find out someone's playing a game while I'm DMing for them. I was like, are you fucking what?
Why?
Okay, this one sounds interesting. How a tier list ruined a gaming group?
Tier list? Do you know about that one, Shell?
I know what a tier list is, but
Oh, okay.
Well, let's get into this one. Throwback to 2015-ish. The group I'm in just finished a year-long 3.5 edition campaign, and we're getting ramped to start up a new one with a different player running the game. During the campaign we just finished, a couple players played extremely powerful caster builds that trivialized some encounters and may have resulted in bad feelings between them and one of the less powerful martial characters I'll call Fandral. Fandral was DMing the new game and decided to allocate stats based on tier lists they found online. Uh-oh. This resulted in high-power casters getting significantly less stats than the martial characters. The campaign started okay, but the stat discrepancies were felt heavily. Caster characters were struggling to complete tasks not associated with their cast stats, strength and dexterity checks, saves primarily. It culminated in an absolutely tragedy in which the party had to climb down a rope into an anthill. One person in the party was able to make the climb successfully. Everyone else either refused to go down the rope or fell to their significant injury, leaving one undamaged party member and two easily wounded ones to fight the boss. Only through GM Fiat were they successful. After that session, the DM complained that climbing down the rope wasn't supposed to be that challenging, at which point I simply asked, what did you expect when you assign stats based on a tier list that only gives some classes enough stats to barely function in the role, with no capability to go past this role? The campaign didn't last much longer than that. There were more problems with the tier listing, like you couldn't multiclass up tiers, only down, i.e. a level 1 fighter couldn't multiclass into cleric, but a cleric could multiclass to a fighter. The whole ordeal resulted in some bad feelings that only grew over the years.
Woof.
that's sad.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
really
insanely
sad. That did remind me though, with the earlier question of the importance of diversifying the party characters. We fell prey to that in Call of Cthulhu with the hole that we couldn't get out of.
Alright.
Oh, no.
Nobody had enough. Oh god, what were the stats? There was a climber jump.
Yes, that was one of the other.
Yeah.
And everyone was spinning luck like it was going out of style, which is fair. That's kind of what you want to do with luck, but it's like, oof.
I'm falling in a hole
And then someone try to help someone else out of the hole, and then they fall in the hole with them. It was like, wow, this is the
and then
new
none of us could get out
doors.
of the hole.
This is a holy mess.
Uh-huh.
This is the new doors meme. How will the party get past
Wasn't
the
it in a church?
hole?
Oh, it wasn't the church basement. God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Church ruins, but it's still.
Poor NB getting eaten by rats.
God damn
That
it.
wasn't from a, that was a different issue.
Yeah, that was just a poor decision.
I know. It's just this specifically. It's just like the climbing down the rope thing made me think of the hole. Us, none of us being able to get out.
Right?
Oh.
Wizards are absolutely OP in base 3.5, but cutting sets is a bad way to deal with it. The correct answer is to boost the marshals or limit spellcasting to just the core rulebook. I mean, Tome of Battle is right there. Just wait for someone to open its page and unleash the awesome power held within. Well, of course, back in 2nd and 3rd edition, yeah, Magic... Well, hell, Magic is still disgustingly powerful. In fact, that's their answer for everything now. Like, okay, how do we make this class better? Give them Magic!
Pretty much. Wasn't there at some point that even... I'm trying to remember, didn't spellcasters at one point actually have to use, like... have, like, a crossbow on them because they wouldn't... because fucking, like... cantrips weren't an actual thing?
Yes, there was a point that if it was a cantrip, it wasn't. They weren't good. They did like literally as good as throwing a pebble at somebody. And even then, it was like you generally wanted to have a backup weapon. If it wasn't a leveled spell, it wasn't generally worthwhile. I mean, yeah, you could do a lot with a cantrip at early levels, but later down the road, they ain't doing shit really. Not to mention that back then, spellcasters were also incredibly squishy. They earned that power just by surviving long enough to get to it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
remembering the old one-shot questers meme of the 1d4.
I summoned Chib. That's hilarious.
Hello.
Oh, Eve beat me.
I could be handling this too. Ah.
Does 1d4 book damage. Yeah, that second edition is the reason why a lot of games originally it was just a house rule. It became a permanent rule. That at first level you got max HP. Having only a 1d4 and having to roll for your HP back then is like, wow, please don't roll a 1. Oh no, I rolled a 1.
I think I had a friend do that.
Look, I still have a house rule that when you're rolling for your HP, if you roll a 1, re-roll. If you roll a 1 again, it was just meant to be.
Oh yeah, I think we did that.
Like, I'll give you 1 re-roll, but if you roll a 1 again, then you're stuck with it. Sorry.
Somebody rolled 2 1s. I'm fairly certain. I'm gonna have to ask Adam later.
Oh, God. It does happen once in a blue moon. It always sucks when it happens, but it's like, sorry.
I don't remember for sure. I do remember. One of my friends' parking grill kept botching. Like 3 times in a row.
I think they had 1d12
bad.
back then, yeah. But at the same time, yeah, he could get 1 HP, but at the same time, you have a 1d12. You got a 1 through 12. You've got a greater chance of rolling more than a 1 than you do in a 1d4. In a 1d4, you have a 25% chance of rolling a 1.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
it's the
On a
probability.
1d12,
Well, also,
you've got less than a 10% chance of rolling a 1.
Did you still add con modifier?
It wasn't exactly a con modifier. If you had a high enough constitution, you would be able to add a little bit to your health, but it wasn't exactly the same way it was it is now. It was a lot more complicated.
Yeah, I know. The equivalent of adding con mod.
Yeah, if you had a high enough constitution, you could get regeneration for free.
God, I forgot about that.
Oh my god.
Of course, I think you had to get like 20-something in constitution to be able to get that.
So adventure starts with you escaping pain and ambush severely wounded. Ooh, that's a good idea. But no, that's your
That's your
max, though.
HP. Second edition was much less forgiving.
actually. Ooh, did I still had yeah, I still had max stat reductions on monsters, right? And just have them have had run away from one of those.
Yeah, every race basically had a plus and a minus to a stat. That fell out of favor in 5th edition, I think. Did they still do that in 4th? I skipped 4th.
I skipped 4th too. So
No,
I don't remember.
I've heard some about 4th, but it's been a very long time.
Yeah, I've read through the 4th edition books and just went, yeah, nah. Pissed my
Like,
buddy
there was
off.
some interesting stuff in 4th edition, don't get me wrong, especially the fact that they had some insane stuff that you could do, especially later on, but
God.
yeah. Look, I want the actual start of a campaign to be you escape from a man who just fused his daughter and dog together.
Really?
All right, Full Metal. Chill out.
Really? Really?
Look, the other option is there's a murderer in a tavern that you just met at.
Yeah, so I'm throwing Shia LaBeouf at you. Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
Chill.
Hey, I can work with that. I can fucking work with that.
Chill, I know you're on push to talk. I know you laughed at me going, really?
Maybe.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure he was, yes.
Who's that Pokemon? Fuck you!
That was funny, though. You
Which
monster.
one was better? Which one was better? The shit. Why? We just said the name.
Full Metal?
Fucking aphasia. God damn it.
The Full Metal Alchemist thing? The Chimera?
Yes. Nina Tucker. Was Nina Tucker or the horrible goose that you got?
I don't know about the horrible
Nina
goose.
Tucker, hands down.
What's this about a horrible goose? I don't know this one.
Okay. So, the Squeak Redeem. I've set it up so that occasionally something other than a squeak will play. In this case, in this particular instance, the goose came up. It honked, but otherwise is normal squeak. And then Eve played Who's That Pokemon, and it was a horrible goose.
I think Unjust was more upset at that than me.
I still think your Rickrolled was just pure fucking gold. That was great.
Fucking hilarious.
Oh god.
Fuck you, but that was fucking hilarious. Oh, man.
I was laughing so hard at my desk when I saw that happen. I was crying.
I still can't get past the fact that I actually said, look up Rick Astley whenever you were doing the Monster Rancher creator based on songs.
Oh.
I was like, never gonna give you up, sure. Because I do actually like Rick Astley's music. Like,
It's not a bad song.
Oh, it's not a bad
It's
song at all.
not. I like it a lot.
Look, I love the fact that it's become such a meme because of the fact that it was a very fun song back in the day. It still is.
Yeah. Why do I have one of
Yes.
his other songs playing in my head now? What the fuck? Okay.
Alright.
Now I just want to do the one-hit wonder bard.
I almost made that as an NPC. Almost. He would do other music. He just predominantly liked doing music by Eldebarge for reasons. His name was Bar Edge.
Okay.
They never got it. Even after I was like, he's got this cute little keychain that's from of the robot from Short Circuit. So many hints.
Look, all I want is a either like a revenant or a ghost named Rick Ghastly.
Rick Ghastly. I love it. Rickrolled me instead
Be a lot
of.
more pissed if someone rickrolled me, but instead
I'd be
Wonderwall
upset because I don't
Anyway,
care
here-
for. I don't care for Wonderwall as much as a song.
Yeah, pretty
I don't
much.
dislike it. It's just I actually like Never Gonna Give You Up. So like I'd actually be kind of sad. Young.
This one looks interesting. I'm very curious how this one goes. I've not pre-read any of these today, by the way. As you can probably tell from me stumbling over some of the words.
We've been doing. I shouldn't say this, but we've been doing amazingly well so far as fucking like traumatizing ourselves. That might be about to change, though.
DM changes what the PC is saying without telling the player about the change. So, that's a heck of a title. I'm curious how this is going to play out. Aside from a story, I'd also like to generally ask, am I the a-hole? So I play in this Bronze Age GURPS campaign. The GM on a whole is generally good at what he does. Listens to player concerns, etc. But recently there has been a situation where we do not see eye to eye at all. I'll try to lay out the story as simply as I can with as little bias as I am able to. Another PC intends to give some knife lessons. My character goes socializing to hopefully drum up some students. Some teens who dream of becoming warriors or such. I crit fail the results and suggest that might mean my character hit on a taken girl and gets in trouble for it. Makes sense because he is a womanizer and GM agrees. So far so good. Boyfriend comes up, act tough and demand money for this slight on his honor. My character points out he has bested 3 warriors alone, unarmed. Kind of true, kind of false. That I wasn't going to pay and suggesting that he might have actually gotten the wrong person. GM calls for an intimidation check, not quite what I was going for, as I was simply stating facts as they are in a cordial manner. But it makes a certain amount of sense and didn't matter in the end as I, of course, roll another critical fail. Boyfriend gets more agitated and demands even more money. Fair enough. He is not intimidated at all after all. My character refuses to pay and it escalates into a fist fight in which, well, since I still try my best not to make things worse, I really make sure people see him throw the first punch. My character beats him a bit and that is essentially the end of the scene. Why am I typing the story? Seems like a perfectly ordinary scene, right? Well, an in-game week later, my character's boss is pissed as hell. He claims my character called the girlfriend a lady of the night and that I threatened to murder the boyfriend and everyone he loves. Boss says I pay reparations or get the fuck out. I, of course, figure that the boyfriend is simply telling lies to my boss, so tell him to ask witnesses. It's a small village, so easy to do, and there were plenty of people around. He said he already did that, and they corroborate the boyfriend's story. Alright. It is a small village, and we are essentially outsiders, not to where they would side with their buddy. Since my character has no interest in working with people who so eagerly slander him, and since we were just done there anyways, my character drops to get the fuck out. Then I, the player, find out pretty much everything I just told you regarding the original scene is false. Apparently, my character did call the girlfriend a lady of the night. It didn't say the stuff about how he had the wrong person, said he did threaten to kill him and everyone he loves. Apparently, my character forgot he did, as they happened. I will also point out that during the exchange, my character had no particular reason to be heated and was completely sober. I think GM's putting words in the PC's mouth, which makes sense when their approach is vague. If I simply said I intimidated him to back off, I feel the GM would be just fine to have my character do wild threats on a critical failure. But when I explicitly go over the words he says, it seems to me that to just change them based on the dice result, rather than the result determining what effect the words have. Even worse, I am not told that the words are changed, so I can't run with the new shift of the scene. If he said, you can't hold back with your measured response, and instead lash out by threatening to murder him and everyone he loves, then I wouldn't have liked it, but at least I could have run with it. But instead, my character raved like a madman, only to then moments later be sensible enough to let the boyfriend get the first blow. To make it even worse, he forgot to tell one of the other PCs present what was actually said, though he admits that was an oversight on his part. So I'll end with how I stated by asking, am I the a-hole? Neither the GM nor the other players seem to see any particular issue with this, so I am genuinely curious. Not the asshole. I mean, there's other ways of doing that. Now, granted...
That's a really weird way of doing it, yeah.
Granted, in the heat of the moment, when you're the GM and you're trying to improv and think of something you might do something that character wouldn't do, and they'll get all pissed. I just saw that one of the next comments is fucking called Rick Androids. God damn it. But it's like, yeah, just completely changing what they say because of the role is like, that's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
Just like, you just don't say them with enough conviction.
Yeah, no, that doesn't sit well.
Nah.
Yeah.
I think this GM probably needs a bit more practice with their improv.
Seems like it.
Just, like, gently be like, hey, like, I kind of feel like you're, like, oh, what do you call it whenever a GM, like, plays your character for you? I forgot the term.
Railroading?
Alright. Hijacking?
Yeah, yeah. That's close enough.
Yeah, like...
Yeah, it's like kind of hijacking, character a little bit there. Like, not full on at least, because at least still let him let the BF get the first blow, but like...
I mean, someone had like modified it. This is like a plot hook, like someone completely modified your memory about what happened. That'd be interesting.
Yeah,
But-
yeah, like if they said something about that in the moment, like, yeah, trust me, I'm going somewhere with this,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, like that would have been backseating my player, kinda. Well, and like with the player, how they were initially reading it as, it's like, okay, there's an in-game reason for this. Only to find out after the fact, like, no. Okay, that's kind of odd.
Yeah. I think this is a GM that just needs a bit more work on their improv. Like, I don't think he meant anything by it.
Mm-hmm.
And he did take the player's suggestions, like, yeah, that could be a fun scene, and rolled with it, but just didn't justify the crit failures in a way that we would have.
Yeah.
That's a weird one, yeah.
I hope that the player communicated all this with the GM.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of the comments are going, yeah, just tell your DM this so that,
Yeah. Like, I see that they did say, and neither the GM nor the other players seem to have any particular issue with this, but did you really bring it to their attention?
yeah.
If not, you need to. Because it just doesn't sound like a bad GM, necessarily.
All you need really is just some communication.
Communication! Yeah. Literally.
Let's see. Looking for another one. Okay. Serious Villain Campaign. Let's see how this one goes.
We tried that once. It didn't last long.
It's,
We became the heroes.
it's a villain campaign is surprisingly hard to pull off because everyone just.
It is.
It's fun for the first session or two, but after a while, people get tired of being villains, I guess.
Well, it kept like throwing people at us. It's just like, these guys are more evil than we are. What the hell? Oh god.
Right. Let's see. So let's see how this goes. Serious Villain Campaign.
Not enough orphanages that burn down.
Right. It's like, just be like
Calm down,
lawful
Richard.
evil. Oh, looking for group. A few years ago, during the COVID pandemic and the whole quarantine shebang, I decided to give an online playing a spin. Scrolling through looking for group subreddit, I stumbled upon a post looking for players with a serious villain campaign using 5e system. Thinking 5e is better than no TTRPG at all, I thought I might at least check it out and see what the GM cooked up. The post proposal would be an actual honest-to-goodness, badness story about evil characters without any murder hoboing and the usual horror associated with playing as the bad guys. Naively believing that naively believing this, I applied and was invited to a group Discord call where GM would answer our questions and vet players. From the get-go, the guy would mention at every turn how regular campaign always deals with predestined heroes who would save the world and how overplayed that trope was. What they were looking for was a serious campaign with our characters being henchmen to the BBEG trying to resurrect our Dark Lord and help him in reconquering the world. Again, we were promised it would be a more realistic world where motor hoboing would just put a target on our backs. After all, the good guys have already won, so we technically were covert operatives. Okay. Kind of like Overlord in a way. And we'd have to think on our feet. The evil bone is not in you. Oh, it's in me, don't you worry there.
But you have a lot
Other
of them.
players, on the other hand, get bored of playing villains because they don't have a good vision of where they want to go with their villainy.
Yeah.
It's like with everything else, you have to have an end goal. Let's see. So I rolled up a Kenku Monk, got thumbs up from the GM, and after a few days, me and two other guys who happened to be friends IRL, lucky, joined the call to actually play our first session. It started out fairly fine, if cliche, with our characters being summoned to the palace of our late Dark Lord. We then were told in no uncertain terms that our quest was to venture through the magic barrier the good guys cast around our domain to contain us after BBEG's defeat, and search for the legendary heroes who had slain him. Apparently they had some info needed to bring him back to life. My partners in this mission involved a rogue grung and an elven warlock. Transportation spell was cast on us and we were immediately dropped someplace by the lonesome dirt road. Luckily for us, a small carriage happened to be passing by. We held it to stop and the grung instantly poisons the driver. No attempts to conceal our allegiances or barter for a lift, just a very fine poisonous how do you do. I like that phrase. Master says nothing to it, so we grand theft carriage our new transport and roll into a small town. Before even entering the tavern, our grung asks if there's a bank in here junction. Upon receiving a positive response, our rogue states he wants to rob it. Just like that, in the middle of the day. There's a back entrance, but it's locked. A couple guards inside, and a safe within which apparently every single gold coin the town people have is stored. So our rogue rolls for a sleight of hand to lockpick the door, a successful action. He then makes a singular stealth roll to bypass every bit of security and gets inside the safe. Granted, it's a nat 20, but it somehow allows to just waltz into the vault and open the safe, getting a shit ton of money out of it, and then waltz out of the building without anyone noticing a thing. We've got to figure out what's wrong with my stream bot so we can get that quote, because I love that quote.
I was wondering if you were laughing at the story or laughing at what I did.
Both.
That answered my question.
Both.
Just a very. I still can't get past the just a very fine poisonous. How do you do?
That is so fucking good. I
So
love that
good.
line.
That is
It's
amazing.
so good.
Since the carriage incident, I take a back seat, pun intended, and barely do anything. Luckily for me, the two lads have a great time, so my absence is barely noticeable. We go to the tavern and just ask one of the patrons there about the heroes. At this point, neither we nor our characters know a thing about these people who are hailed as heroes of the realm, having defeated the world's equivalent of Sauron, essentially. And it's not stuff of legends where some people might have grown up in a place where they haven't heard of them. These guys are still kicking, so we just casually walk up to some random and straight up tell them we have no idea who these guys are or where to find them. No alarms raised for him. He just launched a several minutes long monologue about how cool they are and what a great deed they have achieved. It's at this point I excuse myself saying I've got a family emergency call and quit the call and the server entirely. All in all, it wasn't that bad, but at least not the parts I got to witness. But it felt very much like 14-year-old's first bad guys campaign, and it was advertised as anything but. Lessons learned. Fair, I guess.
I mean,
It's not really a horror story, though, is it?
yeah, they were being evil. Maybe comically so, but
Yeah, I have to agree with the top comment here. You could have just said that this is not your kind of game instead of leaving without a word. Not really a horror story, it's just some guys having fun and so leaving without saying why.
yeah. Problem with most villain champions is there will be murder hoboing because it's kind of in the name. Just learn to roll with the punches. I can't be mad at the group.
Yeah, the group. This isn't a horror story that the group did. This is like, yeah, the guy said he heard that I'm going to be a villain, so he just did what he thought a villain would do: kill someone randomly, steal their carriage, and go rob a bank. Which would kind of help speed run the.
Perfectly fair.
Yeah, because you need
It's
resources.
perfectly fair. Exactly.
I mean, it's not like he went to town and just started trying to murder the whole town or anything.
I mean, there wasn't a local orphanage to burn down, so
Yes, not.
Yeah.
A very fine,
Like, instead of
poisonous. How do you
asking
do? I love that.
Yeah, instead of asking around, like towards the end there for information, like just started randomly killing people. Like, then I could understand, but
Yeah, because the only thing I saw really promised was that it's not just going to be like murder hobo bullshit. It's like I didn't see any murder hobo bullshit. Unless you're counting the carriage driver.
But they were on a like road with there was no one else around, so
Yeah.
you know
yeah.
this carriage is ours now.
The way I like to describe this is technically they're not murder hobos; they are landowners.
Just you know, just asset acquirers.
I mean, what kind of serious villain campaign was he expecting? I mean, though, to be fair, this premise does sound very much like kind of like Overlord, and instead of controlling the Overlord who just woke up and is regaining his power, you're the imps trying to get to that point. Mm-hmm. Wait, didn't Dimension 20 also do something similar to this?
I could not tell you. That's one of the
I
few
believe
that
it.
I haven't been able to get into just yet.
Yeah, I've done it.
He was not very polite about leaving. No, he was not. Not at all. Quite rude.
No.
Need to kick in the shin. I'm not even going to leave that one. I'll leave it like just because we read it on stream, but it's just like a horror story told by the person who caused the horror. Like, this dude just rage quit and just ruined our game.
Imagine if one of the other players or the GM actually made a post like somebody just like randomly left our game.
Right? Oh, man.
I mean, I don't understand why he would leave or Grug killed a carriage driver and stole it, and then stole then that rolled that 20 and stole a bunch of fucking gold.
Hi, Jess. Can I be a CEO of a health insurance company? That's evil. Serious evil. Too soon?
Goddamn.
Too soon?
Not at all. Not at all.
I mean,
You ain't wrong.
when you try to turn down so many people's claims that you literally hire an outside company called EV Corp, just missing the L there for evil, and pay them based on how many claims they deny, not process, deny,
Yep.
you might be the bad guy.
You. No, there's no might there.
Sure, but you're not allowed to wear armor. Aw, not even a helmet? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Armored bikini.
I was. God damn it! Now I just
Nobody
got
wants to
the-
see that, Eve.
Now I just got the image. You said you were wearing protection. I was wearing my armor.
Eh,
Did you at least your protection? I had my
I
sword
haven't
next to
heard
me.
that. How have I never heard that? Oh
I
my
thought you
God.
watched Supernatural. They had basically a similar joke in that one. I had my angel blade next to me.
I gotta go rewatch it again.
Yeah. So,
No, EV. EVI, I think, right?
EVI. Just missing the L.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Like that's so on the fucking
EVEL
nose.
does not spell evil.
I was gonna say they're either
Evil.
evil, or they're
Yeah.
they're either evil or they're mold.
Yeah.
This one's called Stopping a Horse or Dead in Its Tracks. It's got the tag of lighthearted, so I'm curious.
Ooh. Stopping the horror before it actually gets going?
Stopping a horror story dead in its tracks. This took place during COVID. I didn't have a lot of games going, and I saw a few people talking TTRPGs or a big Discord server unrelated to RPGs. Immediately, I went to give some good vibes and advice from a veteran. Not that I went to give some good vibes and advice from a veteran. Not that motivated to play though. Okay. There's a difference between evil and Little Eve. It became clear they had trouble organizing, so I took the lead on that. But great news, one of them was an inspiring DM with 2 sessions of experience. I encouraged her to go on, gave a few notes on adventures building, and agreed to be a player. The rest of the team had a full newcomer and someone with 2 sessions as a player. New people to the hobby, and I could do my best to help while not taking the lead. I was tired and depressed at the time. I proposed some days, and we agreed on a first session for character creation and an introductory gameplay. Then the day came. We'd agreed on playing a Lord of the Ring themed game, but not talk system yet. This was to be covered in session 0, so now. That's when I realized Dim had brought an old 80s player handbook of a Lord of the Rings game and expected us to create characters through her reading us the book over Discord. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh, that's not gonna work. They looked horrendous. Not wanting to cancel our idea completely, I quickly searched and found some legal, obviously, PDFs to share and make creation. Okay, if the book is that old, fuck the legality of it. That's old. It made creation easier, but as the first hours rolled by, the end result was already clear. The energy was dying and the game was going nowhere. The DM half understood the rules of the game, the newcomers weren't picking up anything, and even I had some trouble understanding equipment. Obviously, there would be no time to play after all that, and motivation for another session was going to be hard to find. So, I just told them to scrap it. Creating full characters is going to take us another 2 hours, and after that we'll be tripping over the rules constantly. I got a basic system, 6 characteristics, simple dice, basic rules. We picked that, and in 30 minutes we'll all be playing. What do you say? After a brief talk, they agreed, and the new players seemed relieved. Indeed, after 30 minutes, the game was going, and DM could start telling her story. She did quite well for a beginner. The game ran 3 sessions after that and died because lockdown ended, but I kept playing with one of the players. It took me a while to speak up, even though I foresaw the disaster the moment the DM named the game, because I didn't want to overstep on her authority when it's already hard to find some confidence. I remembered fondly of screwing around in high school with far too complicated games that my friends and I did not understand. But I think the easier system ended up helping the game massively. We barely needed to talk rules after that. It was all about the story. TLDR, new DM wanted to start a game with an old, complicated RPG. Game almost dies at character creation, and I intervened to change system on the fly and play. Oh, that's cool.
Good on them.
That's cute. Yeah. That's a nice story.
That was nice. That was very nice there.
I tell you what, I'll handle the rules, you handle the story. How will we do that?
Yeah, old complicated game only work well if DM knows everything.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the like one of the big reasons that why I'm so much about keeping with 20th revised rules for my stuff, because like it's what I know best.
Yeah.
One of my players actually admitted that like I was really good at like teaching them how their stuff worked, because like one of them actually, I think that was her first time ever playing any sort of tabletop anything. She played Changeling too. Which is, I had to reread everything and like watch a bunch of videos because I was like, how the hell does this work again?
Oh my god.
Yeah. And there are also some games that I should probably update on, like Shadowrun. I don't think anyone wants me to try to run a 3rd edition Shadowrun game for them. And I have no interest in trying to anyway.
Oh god. You don't have any interest, don't.
Not currently, at least not. I have no interest in refreshing my memory on the 3rd edition rules. Let me put it that way. Because that
Shit,
system got a little.
Yeah. Once I understood it and like how it relates to the other venues, it wasn't too bad.
I just got the problems like I like a little crunch, but not too much crunch. I mean, simplified is fine if you don't go too simplified.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. It's okay if you accidentally put a little eggshell in there, so long as you break it up some. You can't put the entire fucking egg in there.
Fatal. They put the whole fucking carton in there.
Now you're
Whole
just
carton.
Norman the robot.
And?
Whole carton, past expiration date.
Especially that, yeah.
Yeah.
All these eggs are sinking. That's good, right?
Why is one falling apart without me touching it?
Let's go
This
ahead and
one's
burn it
whispering
anyway.
to me.
Whispering to me. It wants to know your circumference.
Oh my
That's a
god, the
good place
fact
to
that
call
that's
it.
a fucking kink for some people, Eve, is what really drives that one. Oh god.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's a good place to call it.
Probably.
What do you mean? We're fine.
God, yes.
Fine.
I gotta be up in the morning again.
No, that's completely fair.
Oh my god.
I have to be a responsible adult. I hate it.
Oh, that got me, Eve. Holy shit. It wants to know your circumference. Like, oh my.
I got myself.
Oh.
Couldn't fucking say it.
That was amazing.
Laughing so
I
fucking
give you
hard.
so many props on that one. That was so fucking good.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Let me see who I can go raid.
Ow.
Let's see. Got the Think Spot playing Lies of P. Just am I playing Green Hell.
Got DLC there.
Ooh, Elden Ring Night Rain. Got
I
Muff
wish I had
playing
money.
Repo, right. Hey, Velosaurus was in here earlier, and she's playing, or they're playing Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 and 2.
Ooh.
They were nice enough to lurk in here earlier. Let's go repay that kindness.
Heck yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
I could have sworn you had raided them before. I guess not.
If I did, it was probably on your recommendation.
Probably by me.
There we go. All right, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us and dealing with our brand of madness, which I think is half the fun of listening to us, honestly. And
I'm not apologizing for introducing y'all to Fatal.
I don't think you so much introduced it, you reminded us of its existence.
Yeah, you just keep bringing it up, man.
And then we
You just keep bringing it up.
Somebody has to remind you that this exists.
No, they don't.
But it's so much fun to do so. Oh my god. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night. I will probably be streaming again on Thursday morning, maybe? We will see. Have a wonderful night. Have a few fun nightmares. And if you do, please tell us about them. We like nightmares here.
I would like to eat them, yes.
And we will see you all the next time. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.